I see you got your game face on, but deep down I know you wish they wasn't playing that low posting. Got you going through the motions, full of golf, fumbling the ball to where the players at. Junior varsity's no match for the big son. Champion the cause, stop stressing that division. Titles are petty and already you display traits of greatness. Take this for the confidence as a catalyst for armament. The strongest men win, packing the consciousness of self-worth. Developing personally to see the purpose is more than letters on a shirt. Silk screen revolutionaries are come and go. Esteemed visionaries, most are never known by name. Some came just to walk through, but if you wanna be a Tupac too, son, I got you. Hey yo, step to the side when it. Hey yo, push from behind. It's a long road to travel, take time to look around. Some avoid the water but still manage to drown, but something tells me that it's a reason to believe in these kids. I feel the leaders here in our midst. Don't be afraid to raise your fists like this. But you all about the real talk, soul for both. Now it's exposed when you peel the bark back. Hard is the shell for the skeleton. When the mind roams, it grinds bones into gelatin. And so my weapon of choice is the power to choose. Use it like a knife, slice, striping tool. Standing over so the strands to the coat of many colors. Man, you gonna need it with this band of brothers. And what they teach you about the discipline. And what they teach you about living in an era where the sentiment is rarer than a sin up in the tenement. Did they mention that or weren't you listening? It's time you form your own opinion on life. And when you finish, I'ma lend you the mic. Supply the insight, shed light, shine bright. That's real talk, dude. When you wanna rock, I got you. You gotta step to the side when they try to push from behind. It's a long road to travel, take time to look around. Some avoid the water but still manage to drown. But something tells me that it's a reason to believe in these kids. I feel the leaders here in our midst. Don't be afraid to raise your fist like this.
Yo, it's Funky DL. I came to tell you what happens on a day by day. When I switch on the TV, I see negativity. It seems like bad news moves with longevity. We watch crime rates escalate, a debate on classmates who became just states. Young girls thinking they ladies and acting crazy. Just turned 15, now you having a baby. And daddy ain't around, yo, he made a quick exit and said you no money while he's humping the next chick. We got young bloods out playing the dope game, shooting up heroin, taking crack and cocaine. Stealing cash from their friends and family, thinking they top dog, but they timid and cowardly. We got kids going clubs to look for fights. One wrong move, they kablow, they out your lights. Tell me where these young kids get guns from. I also want to know where they getting their funds from. It doesn't look like the world cares too much. The world fears too much. The world says too much. Acting like it's gonna fade away, but we letting it stay. Watching it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yo, I had a friend who I used to check in his crib. Yo, he flexed on a couple of decks, and I still got tapes of when me and him used to rhyme. Only thing is he died back in '99. It kinda hits you when your peoples pass away, and sometimes death is only a glance away. I find that some people need to be woken up before it's too late and their life gets broken up. Where the fathers, where the mothers, where the sisters, where the brothers, sometimes acting like they don't love us. Crews fighting each other from the same borough. 20 cats chasing one man, so take cover. Boys telling their girlfriends there's no other. They slap them in the face till you tell her that you love her. You discover that she pregnant with the next man's child, and you acting wild to go find the next man who laid down with your crew. You didn't have to look far, he from your crew. Check it, acting stupid now you have to pay. see stories like this happen day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a no going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Check it. It's such a shame when I see things like this, yo. It makes me wonder what's gonna happen to my kids when they grow up, if they even get to make it. Satan's out there trying to take them in a snake pit. In 20 years' time, will it be safe to step out your crib, go get your mail from your gates? If you make it back inside alive, you're lucky, dude. Life ain't child's play. You think this is Chucky, dude? So take heed to the words that I say to you, cause I got one more thing to relate to you. Time goes by real quick, so do something and stop fronting. Don't make your life mean nothing, cause the clock won't stop for you or your squad. Work hard or hold down your damn job. Hope you're taking in the words that I say. I'm saying it from living it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a no going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yeah, you gotta live day by day. Build for your future, what? Funky DL, peep my flow, representing with Hideout Pro. And we out, let's go. Day by day.
Good morning, Patriots, and welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is August 20th. It's a Thursday. It's an In-Majority Report Thursday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? I'm feeling good. You didn't ask, but I'm feeling good. I was just reading the comments on some of the videos. And you might say to yourself, Brandon, do you actually read the comments on the videos? I do. And I respond, even if it seems like I'm just saying the most basic thing. Sometimes I can't think of anything really funny to say, but I think it's important to respond to people. And also to read the comments. Certainly there'll be a point in time where I'm probably too busy and I don't want to, I should say, because of just like the amount of, whatever in the comments. But as I'm a small channel, I think it's important to actually try to read the comments in case I've gotten something wrong. And sometimes I have gotten things wrong and people have pointed them in the comments and I'm able to like change things or fix things or, things like that. And then it also gives me insight into what other people think. Also what other people think are good arguments sometimes, because I do think that the comments on videos can be very funny. Not just funny because they're jokes, but like funny because they're just like, oh yeah, no, exactly what people, exactly what you think people are like, they'll respond. And I mean that to say, I was reading the comments from the latest Russell Brand video, and there are always 3 exact types of comment that defend Russell Brand, and it's like clockwork. And it's so funny because I called one of them out last week when we were watching the video. I was like, there's always this like one British guy, not the same British guy, but like an archetype of British guy. And it's usually a guy. That's like, oh no, Brandon, you're just American. You don't know that this is just how British people talk to each other. And of course, the kind of person, I said this last time, I'll say it again, the kind of person who says something like that is also not going to be the kind of person who looks in the comments for what other people think, presumably other British people think. And I'm going to tell you, British people don't talk to each other like that, especially not British ladies. They don't like to be talked to like that, according to the British ladies in the comment, because they seem unified on not liking to be talked to about stuff like that or like that. You also get, I will say, if we're going to gender the kind of backlash, you do tend to get more, I think, ladies who are into the new agey, wishy-washy, like cult sex leader stuff that he has going on. And so that's more of the vibe I get from the ladies defending him. Like, well, actually, he's a Christian now. And how dare you judge his journey or something like that. And I just feel bad for those kinds of people because I'm like, Jesus Christ. Stay safe out there. And then, you have the people who think that they're sophisticated in their defense of Russell Brand, who say things like, now, I'm no fan of this guy, but I do think it's strange how you make content about him. And it's just like, it's not strange at all. People pay me to. Not, you know, simple as it's a I love when people play the skeptic like that. Like, I'm no fan of this person, but I'm going to defend them for arbitrary reasons that don't really actually make sense. Because even if you take them at that kind of word, it's like, I don't know. I would probably look into the person I'm defending before I just decide to defend them for any reason, like just for like the principle of like, oh, I don't like when, well, I should say some people are actually kind of dumb. And so if they see anybody even getting like picked on a little bit, they kind of think it's the same as some kind of atrocity. They won't admit to it, but they will try to pretend that way. And that's because we flattened a lot of types of like oppression in our society to just be the same thing as like bullying, because it helps to cultivate a culture of unaccountability. Like bullying Hillary Clinton online is the same thing as what she did in Libya or something. And so a lot of people have been conscripted into the war against bullying of like, celebrities or malefactors, because they think it's worse than whatever they're being accused of, worse than anything they've ever done. So I just find like those are the three pillars of Russell Brand defenders. Never any fans is another point that I wanted to bring up. Never any people who are like, I like this. I like this content. No one's ever saying I like this content. I mean, well, people are saying that about my content. Why acknowledge someone's existence unless you literally plan to marry them? That's exactly right. I've never acknowledged anyone's existence in real life. The first person I acknowledge is going to be my husband/wife. Did you see the Hawaii Republican primary that they are flipping a coin for because it was somehow a tie? I did not see that, although I guess we will kind of address primary news because I wanted to go over this Darlene Graham clip. I am British and I despise Russell Brand, and that guy is wrong. Oh no, of course they're wrong. Like, I if I come across as a little bit like tart, it maybe I am, but it doesn't change my analysis. I know exactly. I won't say that I am. I'm not going to do the Tim Pool thing and like tell you how to interpret my feelings. I'm not going to do the I'm not mad thing. But I don't think it changes my analysis. I would never think that that was the case, especially when like for every one person in the mentions of a video, I mean, I always say mentions like I'm on Twitter, in the comments of a video saying no, British people just talk to each other like that, there's like 10 or 20 British people who are saying the opposite. Because I don't think they realize too that those videos mostly get watched by people outside of America. So it's not as though it's a lot of Americans watching those videos and driving up the views. It's mostly British people and people like in Ireland and like sometimes in Canada and in like Australia. It's not like a primarily US audience on those mostly. So I know it's not that way. It wouldn't make any sense. Plus, I'm in London all the time. I work with British people all the time. Like, of course not. Can they be a little cheeky? Absolutely. But if you think that that's okay, there's something wrong with you, for sure. Like, there's definitely something wrong with you. Like, if you're talking to your partner like that and you think that they're okay with it, I would definitely recommend at least just running it by them, like verbally one time. Like, do you like the way I talk to you? Don't assume just because they laugh. Because I've never in all of my travels met like especially a lady who likes to have her ideas just like offhand dismissed, even if it's as a joke, so consistently. Just a little bit of banter. It's funny to think that a lot of people make excuses, right? It's just the Wilson shake. It's a little bit of banter. He pulled out a hat. That's my hat. Give me my hat back. We all have excuses. They're so cheeky. He'd still be flipping Bible pages on Piers Morgan were it not for the TV time. Funny enough, I've also forgotten what verse in the Bible he was supposed to be reading at that time. He brought it back up a few weeks ago on the show when he found it again. And I don't even remember it. Yeah, the Lord giveth and he taketh away. We're definitely not going to stop watching the Russell Brand show. I mean, someone implied that it's kind of like stalking him, but okay, sure, whatever. I don't care. Go whatever you want. It's fine by me. I can't look away. People think that that makes it like, I don't know, some kind of how something that turns me off, but no, it's fine. It's not like I'm like a cop looking through a flock camera. I can admit when I'm obsessed. If anything, I'm just waiting for it to improve. I'm waiting for it to get better. But none of that today. We have other stuff today. 3 brands of Russell Defender. I mean, well, there are a lot more than 3 dumbasses out there for sure. Mr. Peanut Man's, thank you for the $9.99 super chat, getting us started off right. Morning, Brandon. Can we please watch JCPS parent questions how error-filled student agenda made it into classroom for today's alarming AI content? Sure. I didn't actually look into that when you mentioned it yesterday, and that's my fault. But since I didn't, let's maybe pull it up. Because funny enough, I was also looking into something. Well, not looking into. I won't play it off like I was researching it. But I saw something earlier today that also had to do with like lesson plans essentially for kids and like bad AI content. And I don't know if it's actually related or you heard of this as well, but there's a website called Teachers Pay Teachers, and it's actually a pretty popular website. I've done some research into like educational materials and like how teachers like lesson plans and that kind of shit before. And it's one of the more popular sites for teachers to get lesson plans from. And so if you're not a teacher, you maybe haven't heard of a lot of things. The first is that teachers don't oftentimes have a lot of time to make lesson plans for one reason or another, because like they're expected to do it in their own time, or the lesson plans that they're given by their school districts have a lot of holes or gaps or just aren't very comprehensive or, able to adjust to the needs of every individual student. And so in a lot of different instances like that, where there are gaps in curriculum, teachers will go to various outside sources to supplement their lesson plans. Teachers Pay Teachers is one of those websites where teachers make lesson plans, supplemental materials, stuff like that other teachers can use for their classrooms, a variety of types. And, you can pay that teacher like a fee for using their lesson plan. And so it's a way for like teachers to get lesson plans and make money off of the work that they're doing, oftentimes for free for like schools. And so now an issue's coming up where like a lot of these lesson plans are being posted that are just like AI generated, but we'll do your thing and maybe we'll do that other thing too. I was just bringing that up because it reminded me of that. But I'm not sure what your thing is. And yeah, so obviously the AI ones are like also like trash. I didn't say that, but let's see. What is this? Parent questions. JCPS parent questions how error-filled student agenda made it into classrooms. Okay. Oh, so that's Jefferson County Public Schools. I kept, of course, getting it confused with the interrogation channel. Where is my? Oh yeah, here. One day I'll figure out how this software works. Yeah, there are lots of consultants in the teaching arena. The falling pigs are like catnip to me. I don't think any cops have fallen on camera today, but we can look. Teachers have negative time for anything. Yeah, for sure. I don't get how Darlene Graham just got to move into Lindsay's spot because people are really dumb. And it's kind of like a movie, right? I mean, and that's a little bit dismissive because it's not just like a movie. It's like fiction. It's like romantic. And you can kind of imagine how you'd be respecting Lindsey Graham's wishes. It's also easy. And so like there are a lot of overlapping incentives to just kind of do it. But when we go over to that section, I don't know if you saw the debate and her answer. Like you'll see the flaw in that logic, obviously. Governor McMaster is a Republican sycophant and placed Darlene in his spot for the interim. helicopter crash into a plane in Pennsylvania hours ago. Trump strikes again. Jesus Christ. We haven't been covering any of the plane stories. There have been a ton, honestly. But friends of mine have been flying, and they've asked me personally not to cover, not to cover any, not to cover any, what you call it, stories about plane crashes. Gamer air traffic controller fuck up. We are going to talk about the transportation secretary though, because he has like a new reality TV show thing out. And I don't think we can watch the actual reality TV show because YouTube will take us down. I think you can do that kind of stuff on Twitch because we have obviously in the past, but like YouTube would take us down. But he has this new like road trip, like Great American Road Trip reality TV show that he's been doing, which seems like it's illy timed and, considering everything. I would never get into a helicopter. Duffy knows best. Oh yeah. You know what another comment defending Russell Brand was saying? It was the same one that was saying that like me watching his videos that he posts online was like stalking him. It also said that I was the humorless guy from MR. Do you guys think I'm the humorless one? I don't think I'm the humorless one. If anything, I think I'm cracking wise too much. Sometimes I got to dial it back because I don't want people to think of me like he only has jokes. Sometimes I have good ideas. I'm always cracking wise. Like, yeah, right? He was on Road Rules, but I never watched a lot of those MTV reality TV shows. Like, was he on The Real World too? That's crazy and not even believable. That's how you know they're a Russell Brand fan, though. Like, they think they're so sophisticated. It's like, okay. It's like when there was another comment that said I was more annoying than Russell Brand. I was like, no way, brother. I'll believe a lot of stuff, but Russell Brand is like Sigma level annoying. Like, Russell Brand is a cognito hazard. Wait, when did Russell say this? Could you imagine? Oh my God, imagine if Russell had like a sock puppet. No, I'm not important enough. I might be the only one making this content, but I don't know why. This shit is crazy. I think that all you have to do, honestly, and I don't want to belabor these points because it will seem like I'm obsessed with it, but I think that all you have to do is watch the show one time to be like, wow, this is crazy, right? Like, not my show, obviously. You could definitely feel that way about my show. I'm just talking about the Sunday service. Just like a few minutes of it is so bizarre and so uncomfortable that you can't help but watch a little bit of it until it gets really boring. But that's how I feel about it. I'm actually like almost like it's a car crash that I can't look away from. Because like I said, every time we're in between them, I'm sure that I'm just misremembering how it makes me feel or how obvious it is. But then you watch and you're like, no, this is just crazy. But yeah, why don't we do this story? This is the one that you mean, right? From WDRB News. Let's do this story from 6 days ago. And then, yeah, maybe we'll also do that story. I think it's from NBC about the teachers pay teachers, like glut of AI content that's being flooding the site.
Well, I bet you've never seen this U.S. map before, where Kentucky is Kentucky, Indiana is Enolano, and Tennessee is
Okay, lock in, folks. I mean, I knew something was wrong the moment I saw like New Mill Zone, where New Mexico was supposed to be.
Tennessee, and the list goes on.
No, I want to hear it again. Nevada. This is like honestly, I bet if you gave John Fetterman a map of the US without any of the state names filled in, that this is what he would fill it in as. Well, no, I think he would actually get it worse than this. I think that I mean, now that I'm looking into it, I think that it would probably be about even. He would only put like the P and A in Pennsylvania before he would give up, though, because John Fetterman has totally given up on Pennsylvania. But I think this is about what you would get from John Fetterman if you asked him to like identify and name all of the states right now.
Well, I bet you've never seen this U.S. map before, where Kentucky is Kentucky, Indiana is Enolano, and Tennessee is Tuniceo, and the list goes on. Well, this was in the agenda given to students at a JCPS middle school. When Stacy Morris's son got in the car after the first day of school, he said something she didn't expect.
Mom, did you know that we live in Venecki? And I said, what are you talking about?
That question sent Morris flipping through her middle schooler at Farnsley's brand new agenda, unveiling all sorts of bizarre errors.
The periodic table is just jarbled words. We have new planets called Mark.
In this U.S. map, Louisiana is Lukong, Alabama.
I'm sorry. Mark. I think Jupiter is also spelled wrong. I can't see if this is like an O. It looks like an O and not an E. Saturn. This is crazy. I don't know enough about the planets to know. I don't know enough about the planets to know whether these like measurements are right. Well, I guess no, right? Because this is not the appropriate measure. I would have to really do the calculations from like miles to kilometers, but this doesn't exactly look right to me. Let's see this periodic table again. I love elements.
You talking about?
That question sent Morris flipping through her middle schooler at Farnsley's brand new agenda, unveiling all sorts of bizarre errors.
The periodic table is just jarbled words. We have new planets called Mark.
In this U.S. map, Louisiana is Lukong, Alabama is Alatome, Illinois is Vitoise, and South Carolina is South Quanto.
Arizona is Arizona. I mean, Tennessee, there's not even the correct letters in Tennessee. Illinois starts with a V. I mean, it's crazy.
And look at these phases of the moon. Some are not legible. What should be waning crescent says waning crescane. And the periodic table, where the names under the elements are gibberish.
Oh, we have to pay a $10 instructional fee every year in order to get this agenda. So you're making us pay for something that you used AI for. That's kind of silly, in my opinion.
Morris notified the principal the first day of school.
Still to this day, she has not responded to that email.
I reached out to Jay.
I mean, what do you even say in response to that email, though? I think that what I would say, so if I were the principal and I was trying to get out of this jam, I would say that it was a prank to assess whether parents were active in their kids' education, because the parents should be going through the materials with the kids when they get them, right? To just, get a little bit of an overview for what they'll be learning for the school year. That would be my lie. Now, that's definitely not what's happening here, and it's also inappropriate to do something like that, but that's exactly how I would have gotten out of this jam. I'm really quick on my feet. The map is incorrect. The English to Spanish is incorrect. The hall pass is missing numbers.
Day of school.
Still to this day, she has not responded to that email.
I reached out to JCPS Tuesday night. The district's executive officer of communications said, I spoke with the school today about inaccuracies in their agenda, and they are communicating with parents about the issue. On Wednesday, nearly a week after Morris told the school, teachers got an email warning of a lot of mistakes between pages 19 and 36, ordering them to have students rip the pages out before heading home. Only after kids came home with lighter agendas did the district email parents saying the book contained inaccurate information.
This is not a misprint. This is someone did not look at what they were handing out to the students.
Morris says it's harmed her.
Yeah, that's the problem with AI too. It's not really a shortcut, right? Because ultimately anyone who's been forced to use AI for a job or an AI resource for a job to produce something will tell you that you basically just have to go through it entirely to make sure that it corresponds with reality. It's almost better to do it from scratch if you can do it from scratch, or if you're doing something like a coding project to get it from like GitHub or whatever and work from that baseline than it is to get from AI, because of the lack of faith, you basically have to go through the entire thing. The only thing you can kind of say it's useful for in that sense, where it's like if you need to put together an initial set of options for something, and you don't mind going through something, point by point, because you have to anyway, but you need a starting point, then you can maybe use it for that. But in that case, you could also just use some website that someone put together, likely for the same thing, right? In the absence of such a resource, I guess AI becomes the best and only tool, but that just tends not to be the case about any particular topic that you might want to learn about, right?
Someone did not look at what they were handing out to the students.
Morris says it's harmed her trust with the school and district.
And it makes you think, okay, was this the only school in Jefferson County that did this? Or are we the only ones that paid attention?
So I asked JCPS if other schools received these agendas and what company they were from. The district did not respond before this story aired.
Wow.
Yeah, no, see, like, you got to rip out pages 19 to 11-5. It's just, yeah, like, no one went over the materials, right? Because there's a world where you could have just used, I guess, AI to generate a picture of the periodic table. That's what I mean right there. It's like, you can get a copy of the periodic table from anywhere. And so they didn't just have the AI generate the periodic table. What occurred here was that they had AI generate all of the materials, likely at once, and then no one went through them at all. Therefore, like, this is, what you end up with. Like, yeah, like, the periodic table is not some kind of trademark thing. You can get a copy anywhere. It's like having AI generate a picture of a clock. It's like, you can get that from anywhere if you want. You could do it yourself if you'd like, if you want to take the time. I use AI for my legal job and I triple check that shit. Like, yeah, people use it for that kind of thing too. Like, and I'm sure doctors use it for like stupid things like checking symptoms, because otherwise they would just be looking it up in like a big book or online too, or it's whatever they treat. So they see it all the time. And then they have to check their expertise. Like, this is one of those situations where like AI can't replace having some kind of baseline knowledge for something, and or being willing to then do the legwork to put in the work of verifying every element of the AI or looking more deeply in it. Like, you can't just rely on like AI producing large amounts of anything without it requiring human intervention. AI says Trump died. Well, I think we can all agree that there's been multiple Trumps in the past few years. How are they trusting AI to map viruses and such? That's usually not the same kind of thing, right? AI, in the way that we talk about it, is a kind of sloppy way to describe a vast majority, like of a really large amount of technologies. Like, AI and machine learning has been being used in biochemistry and like, pharmaceuticals and molecular biology and stuff like that, like before and for a while in parallel to the large language models that are coming out. I don't know how many of those are being used in that, but I know that that tech in that field has been being used for different things for a while. Dr. George Santos, AIMD. Oh, yeah, let's look at this other story about the teachers pay teachers, 'cause it is very much related. Just so you know, AI slop is flooding every sector of our society. Hey, teacher. I forget what this was on. I appreciate the, it was NBC. I appreciate the suggestion for content. That was very funny. Do you think that Elon stopped his goal of going to Mars when he found out he got the name wrong all these years and it was Mark this whole time? I think his face was red. He was like, I've been calling it Mars this whole time. It's been Mark? Why didn't anyone tell me? They're afraid of you, Elon.
And in tonight's Future of Everything, as kids go back to school, we are taking a look at something that is extremely messed up when it comes to teaching. Okay, so here's the backstory. First of all, teachers are not only underpaid. So many have to pay out of their pocket for their own classroom supplies to try to enrich kids' curriculum or to decorate their classroom. So about 20 years ago, some teachers came up with this fantastic idea. What if you could make kind of like this Etsy, right? For teaching supplies, where teachers could sell some of what they were already making for their classrooms to other teachers. It would be a win-win. Teachers shopping would save money while other teachers would make a little bit of extra cash. Well, thank you, technology, for bringing teachers together with this. This is Teachers Pay Teachers, until AI apparently entered the chat. This hallowed, sacred teaching ground is starting to see some changes. They're starting to see examples like this, if we have them. A, B, C, D, apple, bear, cat? Wait, what? What's going on, right? Then it gets just sloppy, and AI sloppy after that. It seems like people on TikTok are noticing some of these examples too. Take a look.
So this is Country Alphabet made by AI, and spoiler alert, AI is not going to take us over anytime soon. J is for Japan. All right. Well, the AI is clearly thinking about World War II too much.
E for dolphin. E for dolphin for elephant.
This is the AI ethics visual alphabet that I asked ChatGPT to generate for me this morning. You know, the alphabet. A, B, E, F, G, H, G, L, P, M, Q, R, S, S.
Yikes. Let's bring in Lily Altavina. She recently wrote an investigative article looking into all of this. Lily, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, how did you realize that AI-generated material was becoming a problem on Teachers Pay Teachers? Was it some of these like TikToks, or was it something that you noticed?
Yeah, I was scrolling through TPT one day. You know, as an education reporter, I like looking through learning resources. And I noticed a lot of like the hallmarks on cover pages of these resources to look AI generated. So I went on a shopping spree on some of the more suspect ones. I found a coloring page of an alphabet without the letter F for kindergartners. I found a Black inventors resource about different Black inventors with just nonsensical wording and images. Like for the inventor of the potato chip, there was an image of a guy in a gas mask and a stoplight. Just a lot of.
Wait, what? Can you show me an example of that? Gosh, our education system is getting really good now. A gas mask and a stoplight. That just makes me think of like Metro 2033.
Things that didn't make sense. An asteroid hurtling at, in Martin Van Buren's presidency at anti-slavery protesters. So a lot of things that don't make sense or look pretty weird. Obvious spelling mistakes, like the one you're showing without, counselor, not spelled correctly.
That is quite a Van Buren hallucination. This is one of those stories that kind of does make me sick, because this is a resource that so many teachers rely on. It is a great resource here. But after reporting this story, what do you think teachers need to be looking for before they, check out and actually buy these or take them into their classrooms?
Yeah, I mean, teachers need to look over their classroom resources, even the ones they're getting from their school districts, really closely to see if there are any errors. Some of the errors may not even be obvious until you look at things very closely. Policymakers are all over the map when they say, should teachers be using AI to help them create some of the resources that they need? The average school year is 180 days. That's a lot of lesson plans to create and think about, and teachers don't necessarily get all the resources that they need from their schools, so they turn to places like TPT for resources.
That's another one of those things, though. Like, I think that if you were probably a teacher who had the right mindset of it, and I know people won't like this because it will sound like championing AI, when I'm not really saying that. You could definitely use AI as a starting point for ideas about lesson plans, or even to help you work through a framework, but then you would just have to do a certain amount of work yourself. When it comes to the school district giving teachers these resources, this is absolutely either like a money saving tactic, or a tactic that is being, or something that's happening because school boards are giving cushy no bid contracts to some kind of Republican aligned curriculum manufacturer that they, for some reason are related to. It feels like double the work to check it all. Yeah, it is actually.
And TPT, I mean, like the kind of open source Etsy of it all, like that was one of the beauties behind it. But do we know who's behind this? Because whoever it is, look, I would suspect that they are not like teachers in the classroom. I would suspect that it might be just somebody making a buck. But again, we don't know. But like, can you change that because of this sort of open source platform that they have?
Yeah, I mean, in their platform, anybody can join. And the folks who I reached out to who had clearly AI generated resources, and one of them admitted to it, they were not classroom teachers at the time. One said that she had been a classroom teacher. It could really be anyone.
Lily, really?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's definitely people who are being squeezed by capitalism in an erosion of our public sector from both ends, right? I have no doubt that there are probably people who are maybe not operating in good faith, but are doing this because they need money and they think this is like a quick way to make money in our scam economy. And AI is a tool for that kind of thing. And teachers are of course just bereft of time due to all the things they have to do to be a teacher, which sometimes includes having a second job. Like, we've watched stories where teachers also have to have second jobs beyond being a teacher in order to not just afford their own lives, but to afford to be a teacher, because oftentimes there are huge gaps in the budget for school districts, for classrooms, for things. It's also important to understand when it comes to this stuff as well, that there are a lot of gaps in the curriculum, and there is sometimes a lot of, or a lack of, real help for new teachers. And so getting resources from other people who profess to be teachers, who profess to be dealing with this exact same problem. Like, you might have a kid in your class who is not learning a particular module that there is no supplemental material for in the curriculum you've been provided with by your school district. But you might find online on Teachers Pay Teachers that this other teacher who also, for example, teaches fourth grade and was dealing with this exact same problem has put together a solution. And, you appreciate that more because that's like a veteran teacher. That's someone else who has been in your exact position, helping you to resolve the problem through through a method that has worked for her. Whereas sometimes you'll get support from the district that's in the form of, someone who has never been a teacher. And so this is an ecosystem that relies on trust, because there really is, like this guy saying in the segment, there's a lack of institutional support. There's a lack of governmental support for our public educators that leaves all of these gaps that have to be filled in informally. Because the real solution is that we have better public education funding, that we have better resources for teachers to teach them to make their own lesson plans, that allow them the time to make their own lesson plans, that are just a little bit more inclusive of all different types of, situations they might find themselves in when being a teacher, and students that might have different issues. But we don't really have that. We have a one size fits all kind of approach to education in this country. And so it does leave it up to individual teachers to kind of solutionize with whatever they have available to them, which is oftentimes a lack of time and a lack of money. Real teachers won't buy lessons made by AI on purpose. Demand your money back if you get scammed. Standards are posted on lessons created by real teachers. Absolutely. And a lot of these websites, they have, the same kind of rating system that other websites have. You'll see other lesson plans by a teacher. You'll see other things like that. But it can also be probably a little bit cheaper to get some of these lesson plans, and it can be a little bit more attractive, again, if you have a lack of money. But this is every online marketplace now, full of AI junk. Melancholy says, I think I'm missing your first comment. I'm gonna go back up to find it. Resist JB says, ask any teacher and I bet at least 50% would say they hate the school's curriculum because it's not engaging or too bare bones. They do say that in my experience. In my experience, they do also say things like I'm saying, that there are just like, in terms of bare bones, maybe to just add more nuance to that point, it lacks a kind of nuance necessary to deal with a classroom full of, let's say, 30 individual learners who are all going to be at different stages in various particular subjects, right? It's easy to pretend that, well, if they're all in 5th grade, they should all be at the same level in math, well, within reason, in math and in reading, but that's just not really the case, especially post-COVID, when a lot of schools have been moving towards, and this is, of course, a criticism of our society in general. I don't want to come across as overly critical of teachers or public education, especially at a time where people are trying to erode the public sector generally, but also attack teachers' unions and attack like public schools in favor of private options, private religious options, homeschooling, things like that. Just that's another way to attack one of the bigger sectors that, is a public sector in our society. But I will say, a lot of that is a post-pandemic lowering of standards that has to do with kind of shunting kids just forward because they don't want to, hold anyone back, because they know that culturally speaking and socially speaking, that will have a big stigma that will lead to problems down the line for the kid. Like, we just have to have a whole revolution in the way that we do education in this country. But that's not really happening. And so instead, a lot of like people are just coming up with like stopgap solutions that involve like not bringing too much heat on themselves, not bringing too much heat on the school, like just shunting kids forward. And that just creates problems down the line. They are in an impossible situation, and the average person thinks their kid's grade school teacher is a millionaire because of right-wing propaganda. Not just that their kid's grade school teacher is a millionaire. That's just one type of propaganda. That if they're not a millionaire, that they're trying to raise your kid because they think that they know better than you are because of the pandemic and teachers not wanting to come back into classrooms and die of COVID because of kids, like, kids just being big germ factories, essentially. Or for their own families to die of COVID because of kids being just big germ factories who would be sitting in a petri dish, and even if they didn't catch anything, they would still be able to actively transmit the disease in one way or another. They could still be vectors for disease, right? And so a lot of people were propagandized into thinking that, like, oh, teachers think that they know better than you where your kids should be, and they want you to have to like be at home with your own children instead of having them in the classroom. Don't they know the social contract means that you get to pawn your child off to them for 8 hours a day because you have to work sometimes? And, that's a lot of animosity. Teachers are also a kind of service worker in some people's minds. And so when they took back in their minds that kind of power, they got mad because for some people, like, they imagine that by nature of the fact that teachers are a necessary component for kind of suburban middle class, but our society in general, but for the kind of like working elite, teachers provide a necessary function by keeping their kids in school. And so it's very easy for them to be treated as some kind of like service worker who will just be always there and totally fungible because we don't really value education in that way. It felt like a betrayal of that relationship. This idea that, like, oh, this person who's supposed to be by nature of their social position, in this case career, lesser member of society, is telling me that like they won't do their job the way I think that they should and take care of my kid the way I think that they should be taken care of. They're like trying to supersede their position. And so a lot of animosity was really ginned up against teachers at that time. And at the end of the day, most teachers just want like what's best for your kid. And so the average suburban or the average parent who is antagonistic to teachers just doesn't understand that. They think that teachers are like a competitor for like their rights as a parent, or a competitor for like, their professional supremacy. But they also don't understand that like one day people will just stop becoming teachers, and then they're crying, right? Because when it comes to service economy jobs in people's minds, there can never be a point in time where people just stop taking that job and it creates an issue in the society. It's the same with getting rid of the immigrants too. A lot of people, by nature of like putting these jobs at lower levels than their position is, which is oftentimes just some kind of professional like white collar job or whatever, they just imagine that there'll always be an endless number of failures within our society who have no choice but to take those positions as a teacher, as what have you. And we've seen in some places they have teacher shortages because no one wants those jobs, because teachers can sometimes do other things. things. A lot of times people choose to be teachers because they love kids, right? In fact, the ones who choose to be teachers because they love kids will be the ones who leave first because they'll likely be able to do other things because they have other skills. The people who stick around will be people who either have some kind of political agenda, like we saw in Florida when they, I think, legalized just military veterans and their family members becoming teachers without teaching degrees, or people who literally can't get any other jobs and are just doing it because they, whatever, who cares? It's a paycheck. And people can't imagine that would be the case, that like they're making their children's education worse by being antagonistic to people within this particular profession, which will disincentivize people from joining that profession if they have any other choice. They do have jobs for AI trainers, but I had a regular coding job. There's a job as an AI trainer for basically every field now. If you've been unemployed in the past, like literally, I would say 5 years, but really, I would say 3 years. If you've looked for jobs online in your field, at least once a page, you'll find some job that's training an AI to do your job. Resist JB says you essentially have to plan 2 lessons per lesson to accommodate for all the ranges of reading levels and IEPs. Yaka shit, thank you for the $5 donation. I would like your opinion on the interview Sid Miller. I thought that said Sid Meier when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I was like, Sid Meier, the guy who makes those games? The agricultural commissioner with CBS Texas that is talking about the failures of the GOP. Oh, I mean, we could look at that. Maybe not right now, but we can loop back around to that. I always wear a mask when watching Brandon too. Brandon II. Okie dokie. Let's turn over to one of the other stories that we have for today. I appreciate having a spontaneous little news bit, though. We've been doing a lot of recommendations. We actually do have a ton of stuff. Well, speaking of schools, actually, I think this story is something that we should definitely look into because it has to do with not only schools, but also those shock gloves that ICE is supposed to be getting to something to make arrest go better or whatever the new justification is. It's a waste of money. It's the real reason, and also cruel, obviously, but it's primarily a waste of money. Let's see how the integration of these devices into schools is going in Nebraska. I wonder if you can use them to make popcorn, like grab a big cob of corn and just hold it and it just like pops. If it were a cartoon, that's how it would work. I'm just going to put that out there. Hold on, let me change to my premium account. You guys are a premium audience. So let me change to my premium account before we move any further. So this is from a school board meeting, I guess, or a community meeting about the schools. I can't say for sure.
Do any of the school resource officers here tonight have those gloves on them? If so, I'm willing and I'm volunteering to be shocked right here, right now.
Tensions high at a public school board meeting in Omaha, Nebraska.
Learn how to de-escalate. Be an adult.
I think vulnerable students have been placed in danger without guardians made aware of the risk.
Parents, students, and members of the community speaking out after learning that, according to Omaha's NBC affiliate, most school resource officers in the district's middle and high schools carried shock gloves, like the ones soon to be used by ICE officers. Last week, ICE announced it plans to purchase $20 million worth of electric gloves for its officers. Both the Omaha police...
Jesus, they're always shocking each other with these. I cannot imagine that the Nebraska school system could not have used that money for better things. Obviously, that money was being used by the law enforcement sector. Like, I don't think the money came from the school system directly to buy the gloves. The money likely came from like the police department to buy the gloves for the school safety officers. But this is just an example of why police shouldn't have those budgets, because there's no way that money couldn't have been better spent by the school directly for literally anything else. Probably even if you think that kids have a behavioral problem, the money that you could have used for the money that the gloves cost, you could have probably hired multiple like therapists and like occupational therapists for your school to actually help kids with their behavioral issues in one way or another, because those gloves are definitely not cheap, because they won't tell you how many you get for $20 million. So this is absolutely just money that could have been better spent.
Electric gloves for its office.
Also, it's crazy that this is actually like an acronym, because it's definitely like a backronym. It's definitely like a fucking Kids Next Door episode. Generated low output voltage emitter. That's so stupid. That's so try hard to make it this way.
ICE announced it plans to purchase $20 million worth of electric gloves for its officers. Both the Omaha police and the manufacturer have done on-camera demos.
I love these videos, though. I can't deny I love these videos where the pigs shock each other.
Based on how these gloves are being advertised, they are being used on adult men, and they are falling to the ground in pain. What's to say if these gloves are being used on a sixth grader who is just in an overstimulated state?
The Omaha mayor and police chief in a joint statement.
Well, they'll definitely be overstimulated after you give them a little bit of the shock glove. That's right. That's what it's for.
In an overstimulated state.
Sixth grade.
The Omaha
Jesus
mayor
Christ.
and police chief in a joint statement Monday said the gloves were used twice during the last school year, including in a program for students with learning deficits. Writing, "We believe it is the safest use of force option in the rare times when it is used." But late Tuesday, Omaha police announcing they will no longer use the glove in schools after community pushback and a request from the superintendent. The police chief writes,
Wow. The community of Omaha, Nebraska is so woke now. They don't want you shocking disabled kids with your taser gloves like a Batman villain. Like, don't you hear how you sound? Don't you hear how you sound? Obviously, they don't want that. People will...
"We will adhere to that request," adding that OPD officers will forever carry standard issue equipment, including tasers, OC spray, batons, and firearms to ensure the protection of others and themselves. But
That's just their way of saying that they're going to keep tasing disabled kids. They'll just use a normal device this time, which, I mean, it sounds crazy, but did you need to escalate if that's the case? I know like that's not a good baseline, but it does show you how like crazy we've gotten to the point where it's like they have to invent new ways to tase disabled kids.
Parents with children in Omaha are still upset.
If there's a hair harmed on their head, then I'm going to exercise my rights as a human being, as a father, to protect not only my children, but all the children in the community.
Meanwhile, the glove has been advertised.
This guy's based. You can tell exactly what he means by that. This guy's based. I can tell.
I'm going to exercise my rights as a human being, as a father, to protect not only my children, but all the children in the community.
Meanwhile, the glove has been advertised at least 2 school resource officer conferences
He's
in
a gamer.
Mississippi and Texas.
Julia Ainsley joins Top Story tonight. So, Julia, where do things stand right now with ICE and these gloves you were just showing us?
Well, Tom, I actually just spoke to a senior DHS official tonight who said that contract has not yet been finalized, but they expect it to be within the next 2 weeks. What we reported last week was that they had found a supplier, Compliant Technologies, and chosen the gloves that they want to use. And despite this public backlash, including how the gloves are used locally, like in schools, and people saying that I should not be using these in the fields, this official tells me they have every intention to move forward. And it's just a matter of how quickly they can get enough of these gloves out to every ICE officer in the field. They say it will be done as the latest March.
We thank you for watching.
There is no way $20 million buys you enough of those shot gloves for every ICE official in the field. That does not make any sense. They can't be that cheap. If that's, I'll get a pair. Renee, thank you for the 2,200 Chilean pesos. You mean the electrocutioner, exactly. Drew Doblinger, thank you for the $2 super chat. Grabbing Latinos out vehicles every day, not just Latinos, also indigenous people like Haitians. If you're brown, if you have kind of a funny accent. I was coming back from Europe and ICE tried to stop me. And first of all, you know what will fuck you up? And this is going to sound incredibly bigoted, and it is, but ICE will come at you asking you where you're from with a non-American accent. And to me, how dare you? ICE will ICE goon will come up to you in like the thickest accent, like Eastern European, Indian, Latino, and they'll be like, "Oh, are you from here?" And you're like, "Don't you even talk to me." My gosh. I just have a little bit of a lisp. I'm not from Spain. I'm not from España. But that's like I'm going to turn that vaguely problematic joke into a real analysis, if you don't mind. That's part of people's way of trying to integrate into America. It's joining the, military industrial complex, the police state, because they feel like that makes them the tip of the spear for, essentially being a real American. That's why you have a lot of first generation Latinos from Texas joining the military, along with trying to, of course, like extend middle class or lower middle, extend middle class privilege in one way or another. It's just some dumb people's way of like integrating. They think that's the most honorable and quickest way to integrate. Not to mention, a lot of people are psychos around the world, and it's just a way to beat people. The Gestapo's always hiring, exactly. Barcelona. Tourism must be booming. In America, no way. It's okay. Being a little asshole knows no religion or ethnicity. I have a lot of stories to cover. I'm very excited. Ooh, so many things. Well, speaking of ICE, let's jump over to this story out of Mexico that you might have heard. And so ICE has still been doing deportations. Well, I mean, obviously, you didn't know that. But they've recently come under a little bit of, I think, Mexico has gotten angry recently because the United States has been deporting Mexican nationals to other parts of Latin America, including like Guatemala and I think Ecuador, just because like we can and we don't care because we're assholes. And so the Mexican government has been, I guess, causing a fuss about something like that.
Now, to a CBS News exclusive, Mexico is rejecting the Trump administration's latest immigration crackdown. We've learned the U.S. has been quietly deporting Mexican migrants to different countries in Central America. Mexico has historically accepted all U.S. deportations of its citizens. DHS officials say the deportations have been going on for months. Immigration experts are calling the move unprecedented. CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez is here with us in studio with more of his exclusive reporting. Camilo, good morning.
Good morning.
What exactly is the Trump administration's objective with its deportations here?
It's a great question, Errol. So just to level set, we learned through Homeland Security sources that the U.S. government has been flying Mexican deportees around Mexico to deport them to Guatemala and Honduras instead of sending them back to their homeland. And that, we are told, is because the U.S. wants to deter illegal immigration from Mexico by pushing some of its citizens further south and away from the American border. By sending Mexican citizens to Central America, there's also an objective of deterrence. The administration is sending many migrants, not just Mexican citizens, to many different so-called third countries, nations where they have no ties, where often they don't speak the language, to send a message of deterrence, to basically...
But that's like a death sentence, obviously, because in those situations, you're being left in a country where you have no ties, you don't speak the language. Remember when they were trying to send Kilmar Albrego Garcia to like Uganda? It's cruelty, but it's certainly a human rights violation because it can constitute essentially a death sentence, you'd have to imagine.
often they don't speak the language, to send a message of deterrence, to basically signal to people in the country illegally or who are thinking of coming to the U.S. illegally that there's now a chance that not only could they be arrested and deported to their home country, but they could very well be deported to a country where they have no ties and, again, ejected from the U.S.
Now, Mexico, in many ways, has been working with the U.S. on securing the U.S. southern border, on helping with these policies, but it seems to be outraged by this policy. What is
the do not let Shine Bomb's support for certain progressive policies fool you? Mexico, even before Shine Bomb, has been a very willing participant in the execution of the, Obama era strategy, essentially, but the American strategy of externalizing our immigration policy and our borders to like further and further south so that we don't have to deal with these like border crisis issues. And so all of the talk and like the saber rattling about her being a leftist, at least from the the standpoint of the Republican administration on the immigration issue, is not the case at all. Mexico has always been very willing in some ways to commit our atrocities for us on this particular front. And this goes, if you are more interested in this particular thing, you can listen to the interview I did with the University of Virginia, but don't quote me on that. But the professor out of the University of Virginia, Levi Vonk, on our SoundCloud, who is an expert on like migrant caravans. And we talk a little bit about the Obama era strategy of externalizing the U.S. borders like into Mexico and into South America in order to have our immigration policy be executed out of the sight of the American people.
On helping with these policies, but it seems to be outraged by this policy. What is the Mexican reaction?
Well, Mexico is not happy about this, and Mexico is not happy about this arrow because it says that it is willing to accept the return of all its citizens, so it doesn't really understand why the U.S. is now flying some of its citizens to Guatemala and Honduras. In fact, we received a statement from the Mexican Foreign Ministry, and I want to read you that statement. Mexico said, "The government of Mexico accepts the return of all its nationals. It therefore rejects the deportation of Mexican nationals to third countries and has no such agreement actually in place." So it is saying that it has not been consulted by the Trump administration on this front and that it has not agreed for the U.S. to send its citizens to Guatemala.
That's a good point, Chris Butler. Chris Butler on YouTube says, yes, it is human trafficking. You can't deport someone to a county they aren't native to. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. It's a country. Although you think county does remind me of when Greg Abbott was doing that with his like migrant busing of migrants from Texas all the way to some northern states or states in the Northeast. Like the Republicans love human trafficking.
On this front, and that it has not agreed for the U.S. to send its citizens to Guatemala and Honduras.
And what about reaction from those nations? Have they spoken?
So we did contact representatives for the Honduran and Guatemalan governments, but have yet to hear back.
All right, Kimla Montoya Galvez, appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Yeah, really crazy stuff. This might be a dumb question, but how does the government determine where a person is from or even that they aren't American if they have no documents? Well, if they pick you up and you really have no documents, they will try to figure out where you're from just by like asking you for where you're from. If you don't tell them, that creates more problems for you ultimately, right? Because it's hard for you to be, identified. And if you can't be identified, they do kind of have the right to detain you indefinitely or not send you to any third country. But you do open yourself up to a lack of ability to, exercise some of your rights. Not that you're being given those, but they also just don't really care in this case. And so I guess you could theoretically identify yourself as being from another country, but they probably would want to verify that in that country before they deported you there, unless you were one of these like third countries that's trying to get on Trump's good side and doesn't mind doing human rights violations. And then you're willing to take, all comers like El Salvador. It's not illegal when it's brown people or little girls. It's definitely illegal when it's both, but they just don't enforce the law when it's certain people doing it. Let's see. We went from shot gloves to ICE trafficking deportees. I think we should take a little bit of a detour to do something that you're all probably asking about and address the question of where is Mitch McConnell, and or do we know how Mitch McConnell is doing? Too many people are asking, in fact, where is Mitch McConnell? Not enough people are asking, how is Mitch McConnell? And so I can't answer either of those questions, honestly. Sorry, my nose is itching. No Donald Trump Jr. But I can't answer any of those questions. But neither can really anybody else, at least not anybody else who's willing to answer them. However, Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, is, I guess, trying to do more on this issue. I think, honestly, they've kind of already abandoned it. But let's see what he has to say in his most recent interview on the topic. Breaking news, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear demands video proof of health from Mitch McConnell. Do you think they're going to provide it? Because remember, the Senate is on recess right now. Mitch McConnell
Are you confident
kind of
at this stage in the midterm cycle that your party is doing enough?
No, sorry, 1 second. Remember, the Senate is on break right now. They kind of were able to run out the clock, not just on this theoretical August 3rd date that people were concerned about when it came to having a special election in Kentucky, but also on just like the Senate going on break. And so the Senate will be on break for, I can't remember how many more weeks, but a good amount of time. And so it's just unclear, even if the Senate comes back, that Mitch McConnell will be in a place to come back with it. But let's see what Andy Beshear has to say on CNN.
Are you confident at this stage in the midterm cycle that your party is doing enough to address those kitchen table issues to win back control in Washington in November?
Well, I know our Democratic gubernatorial candidates certainly are, because I'm about to get a lot of company of Democratic governors in what are perceived to be red states. Right now, Rob Sand is up in Iowa. Amy Acton would flip Ohio if the election were today. Keisha Lance Bottoms is running a great race in Georgia. Aaron Ford in Nevada. You even look at Florida, where we've now see polls that have David Jolly tied with whoever the Republican nominee will be. And each of our candidates are running to make life a little bit easier and a little bit better. Donald Trump's tariff policy has hammered our American families, making food and back to school supplies and everything else more expensive. His war with Iran has skyrocketed not just the price of gasoline, but diesel that every farmer needs, and how we ship our goods around this country. The big ugly bill is shuttering rural hospitals all across America and taking food off the table of hungry families. So yes, I believe we're going to flip the U.S. House of Representatives. We're going to make a strong run at the U.S. Senate, and we're going to win governor's races in places that people aren't expecting.
So you've talked a lot about the impact of President Trump's tariff policies on families and farmers, but not everyone in your party, as you know, is focused on the same sorts of issues. What would you advise progressive Democratic candidates to emphasize in the lead up to November so that they win their general election campaigns?
I think we are all talking about the same challenges to our American families. Now, some solutions may be different, but I can work with anybody who believes that every American child should have enough to eat, that people should be able to see a doctor when they're sick, that tariff policy needs to be based on sound economic principle and not whether the president is mad about Canadian wildfires or prosecution in Brazil. I think what you see are those candidates generating a lot of energy because people feel like the economy and our federal government are broken, and they're looking for solutions. And we've got to make sure that we can create that economy that works for everyone, bring down food prices in the war in Iran, and bring down the price of gasoline, make sure that people can see a doctor when they're sick. It's time for the U.S. government to start directly negotiating drug prices through Medicaid and Medicare, and then offer that price to every American regardless of their coverage, and to make an aspirational investment in housing that ties those federal dollars to the speed at which you break ground so we can actually solve this housing crisis. So I think that there's lots of energy on the Democratic side, lots of candidates that truly want to fight for a better United States of America and to reignite that American dream.
I mean, I appreciate, if nothing else, that he didn't take the bait to do some of like the left punching. But, I'm not convinced about Andy Bashir. I'm not going to get too deeply into the elections, obviously. We'll cover the primary when it comes for the Democratic side. But I do feel like this is just another one of those like Democratic Party compromise candidates where we can all agree that if the Democratic Party was entirely comprised of people like this, and even more, I think, optimistically, if these people constituted the furthest right you were allowed to be in our political system, that would be great. But I just doubt that this level of this level of dedication to the public sector and what society needs that is represented by even like the best of the modern Democrats now is sufficient for getting us to where we need to be or counteracting where we are to like make a meaningful difference. The kind of managed decline that the Democratic Party has represented over the past 20 years has meant that like any steps in the right direction have to be bigger than they were before. Like a candidate like Elizabeth Warren, for example, would have been great if she came in 2004 or something like that, right? But in 2028, we just don't have time for that kind of like slow managed move in the right direction. But maybe we'll see, right?
So before we move on to other important issues, I just wanted to hone in on
Andy
Kentucky,
Bashar al-Assad.
my home state. The bourbon industry is obviously an important one there. How worried are you about Kentucky's economy being impacted by these tariffs?
Well, it's certainly hurting our bourbon industry, but Donald Trump is hurting us more.
Although I will say what I do like about him is that he's not like an Obama clone. There's going to be a lot of Obamas at that 2028 Democratic Party primary. And at least this guy has a different bit going on for him. And I appreciate when they at least have more superficial differences about them. Like, this guy's more like Kenneth from 30 Rock. You guys all know that. But I'm just saying, I appreciate when they're not all exactly just doing Obama impressions.
Well, it's certainly hurting our bourbon industry, but Donald Trump is hurting us more with his comments and attitude towards Canada especially. Canada is Kentucky's #1 trading partner, and they've been a good trading partner. But because he has demeaned them, because he has questioned their sovereignty, they've taken Kentucky bourbon off their shelves, which hurts our economy. And honestly, every Canadian deserves good Kentucky bourbon. But in all seriousness, it's his rash approach. It's him saying whatever he feels at any time. Look at what he's talking about with Oman, a U.S. ally. That is really hurting not just bourbon, but our standing in the world and our overall.
I'm going to skip this part because I really don't care. I'm just going to move over to the part where he talked about Mitch McConnell. It's definitely not coming up real quick. Let's just search the transcript. Here we go. 7 minutes in. They really lead you in with this headline, but bury it all the way toward the end of the interview.
Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell from Washington.
Let's hit it.
As Americans grapple with affordability and other issues that are part of this conversation, I want to talk about the absence of longtime Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell from Washington due to health reasons. You've been attempting to get updates on his status, and you said in a Sunday interview you have not heard anything back from him. Has that changed in the last couple of days?
It is not. And first, I hope that Senator McConnell gets better. I've known him most of my life. I wish him nothing but better health. But his response to all this is absolutely unacceptable. And it shows how this Republican-run Senate is just broken. It is a total lack of accountability, the belief that he has no boss and answers to no one. His boss are the people of Kentucky that elect him. And he refuses to do a video for them, to call into your show or anyone else's, just to show people that he's okay and capable of doing his job. And when John Thune, who's supposed to be in charge of that Senate, is asked to show some leadership and ensure that Mitch McConnell has capacity, he says, not my issue. That's between Senator McConnell and the people of Kentucky. None of.
Could you imagine if Mitch McConnell called into my show right now? Like if I just got a call from Kentucky and it was Mitch McConnell and he talked to me for exactly 20 minutes and I played it live and he sounded fine, how amazing that would be. Yeah, of course you can't, because he's not alive, right? He's brain dead, and in the state of Kentucky law, that's not alive. But I'm just saying, like, it would be miraculous. It would be great for my brand.
Of your viewers could not show up for work for 2 months, not call their boss, not explain what's going on. It is unacceptable. And listen, the legacy of Mitch McConnell, he wanted it to be the longest serving majority leader. He wanted it to be, I guess, building up the Republican Party in Kentucky. It's going to be how he handled this period of time. And I hope that he is one of the reasons that we get term limits. I tell you what, I'd even name the bill after him.
All right. Well, just very quickly, he has been calling people. He called Scott Jennings, or the CNN contributor here at CNN, who's from Kentucky. I'm wondering, have you been...
Yeah, but like one time, and never seemingly again. I don't recall Scott Jennings saying he's called since then, right? And also, Scott Jennings had no proof of that phone call. And when you asked him about it, he responded like the cat who ate the canary, like how Trump responds when you ask him about Epstein. The lies were not very convincing. It's what we talked about when we were watching those debates this week, where it's like only on a CNN panel can you lie so obviously and brazenly, and all they do is gently rib you about your lie and don't really pin you down and go like, what you're saying literally does not make sense for X, Y, and Z reason. Can you please provide me with any, real proof of this? And because they get glad-handed oftentimes in those scenarios, they just imagine that their arguments are better and their lies are better than they actually are. But I don't know how you could look at what he said on CNN and think that he was telling the entire truth. It didn't make any sense taking it at face value ultimately. So you can't take it at face value. And when he said it, the way he looked around, like his whole body language was completely unbelievable. It was not even worth taking seriously. You can also lie to Congress. There are no consequences for lying. Lying is OP.
Have you tried reaching out to him, or what has that been like, the communications?
Yeah, I don't have the ability to reach out to him directly. We don't have each other's
Scott Jennings
cell
can go into
phones.
the further.
Listen, if he can call and have a 17-minute conversation with Scott Jennings, he can have a 2-minute conversation with you. That's one of the reasons that these conspiracies are out there, because it's an absolute refusal.
My mic is too hot? You think I'm too loud? You guys think I'm too loud? No one ever says that. I can turn it down if you'd like. What do you guys think? But that conversation didn't happen. These are not conspiracies. That conversation did not happen. It just did not happen. Scott Jennings is getting sued by Hassan for lying about the phone call, or for something else. Or is it the video's too hot? I can lower that too.
To communicate with the public. But Pamela, think about this. Rand Paul admitted the other day that for 2 months he hasn't heard from his fellow Republican senator from Kentucky. That's worrisome.
Where is Mitch McConnell? The weeknight demands. Oh yeah, let's see. Who else is making demands?
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is once again turning up the pressure on Senator Mitch McConnell to prove he's still capable of effectively representing his Kentucky constituents. It has been more than 2 months since the American people have seen the 84-year-old former Senate Majority Leader in public.
And I think that's so honestly conspiratorial of the public for even asking any questions, because last we saw him, he looked so vibrant and good and young. And so the fact that we just haven't seen him in 2.5 months and no one can provide any evidence of his existence beyond incredibly forced looking static photos that in fact raise more questions than they answer, then I mean, why can't people just turn their brains off? Why can't people just turn their brains off, chat? Haven't we served them enough slop?
It has been more than 2 months since the American people have seen the 84-year-old former Senate Majority Leader in public. Here's Governor Beshear just yesterday.
His response to all this is absolutely unacceptable. If he can call and have a 17-minute conversation with Scott Jennings, he can have a 2-minute conversation with you. That's one of the reasons that these conspiracies are out there, because it's an absolute refusal to communicate with the public.
The last statement we have, August 6th on Facebook, when he was leaving the hospital and saying he was going to continue his physical therapy at home. But really, don't the American people deserve some proof of life? Don't the Kentucky taxpayers who are paying his salary deserve to have some acknowledgement of what his condition is?
Do they?
That he can appropriately weigh in on their behalf in the Senate?
Yeah. Yeah, they do. I always like to remind people that while Mitch McConnell has been missing, he's been getting paid. Okay, there is no paid leave in the United States Senate, but maybe they should talk about. Come on, where are Republican friends at? This is actually insane. Do I believe that Senator McConnell should get the care that he needs? Yes, I do. Do I wish him well? Yes, I do. But you are not entitled to a Senate seat, and you damn sure are not entitled to just not tell anybody, the people who you work for, where you are. I promise you, if I went missing for 2 months, I would not have a job and I would not be paid. Antonia Hilton would be sitting up in this seat, okay? To be very clear, this is not all right. So there are real questions. Does he have the capacity to serve? Is he knowledgeable about what is going on? Is he coherent? Somebody who shall remain.
No, he's not any of those things. Dagon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Your mic isn't hot. I was making a joke about Mitch calling into Majority Report, but the call getting dropped because his mic is too hot. It's too hot because he's calling from hell. Oh, I didn't mean to say that out loud. That was supposed to be in my head, but I forgot I don't have an internal monologue. Renee, thank you for the 2,200 Chilean pesos. Hello, I'm Mexico in an abusive relationship with the U.S. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Dagon rhymes with Megan. Megan? I just think Dagon, like the, Lovecraftian creature. No. Strike that from the record. I will say, though, just like the photos coming out of the USS Boxer that we spent 30 minutes trying to decipher how much of them were AI or Photoshop or whatever. Just, the Mitch McConnell photos, it doesn't matter how you think they're fake. I mean, it might matter to you, obviously. So don't let me tell you what matters to you. I'm just going to say that the baseline is that they don't satisfy what people need from them, right? Which is to prove that Mitch McConnell is able and competent to be a senator. Well, in fact, we know he's not able because he's not doing it right now, but will be able in the future, right? And the answer is just like, those photos don't prove that. Even if he is alive in them, they don't prove that. And so there is no real need to question whether or not he has the capability of being a senator, because he just doesn't. He's already proven that. It's only a question for really whether or not our system can hold him accountable. And the obfuscation over what exactly is up with him is just a stalling tactic. So, we don't have to question why we're not able to hold him accountable. As though we need to know exactly what's up with him in order to get him out of there. But we don't really need that. What we need is some mechanism for holding our elected officials accountable, but we don't have that. Maybe continuing to highlight this will make people understand that we have just at some point thrown away those tools in such a clear way that we can't even get rid of dead senators when they're dead and occupying seats now. But we just don't have those tools right now, and we won't develop them from Mitch McConnell before it's not relevant.
Nameless said, at this point, they should just go through the man's trash. I need the people in Kentucky, the reporters, to get a little gully with what's going on.
Look at the timeline. June 11th was his last in-person Senate vote. June 14th, he was admitted to the hospital. And this is where you have a conversation about what is raw power here in the year of 2026. And I get that they want to be able to have him be able to vote, but can he even vote in the scenario that he would need to vote, because we haven't seen him otherwise. And at some point, part of governance is more than just voting, but it's also representation of your constituency. And I know that he's got a staff on board ready to do. Other people have gone through tragedies, but at some point there has to be a reckoning, and that is your
voters
responsibility.
didn't put staff in office, and that's the important point. They put Senator McConnell in office, and I have all the sympathy in the world for his condition, but I also know that when men and women reach a certain age, their families have to start intervening, and it is at that point where we deserve an answer, the American public.
And it's not the fault of journalists for asking either. That's their role.
I mean, I'm sorry. When Lloyd Austin, when he was the Secretary of Defense, there was a media frenzy about where he was and what happened to him. and he had to do a whole press conference.
It's so funny that like our media has gotten to the point where they feel the need to apologize for stuff like that. I think even feeling the need to apologize for having to ask questions about this situation has shown how far gone we are ultimately. You shouldn't have to justify why this is something that should be like upsetting and questioned given just like the basic facts of the case. It's only because like I said, we've come up with all of these ways of presenting our elected officials as though they are, semi-aristocracy. They're entitled to these positions. It's more of like a job that they have. So they're more like the CEO of a company. And so they've earned these seats. Then an actual public service role, that people actually feel as though they're afforded some kind of privacy when it comes to this sort of thing that demands apology when you question whether or not he's fit to serve. But I mean, I think even that's a step backwards from where we should be, which is that it should be illegal to do all of this stuff. It should be illegal. They should arrest Mitch McConnell's corpse for lying to the public, for hiding.
So he came back to work after having prostate cancer. Senator McConnell needs to speak up because is he even making the decision?
They should arrest his ghost. Send the Ghostbusters in. Welcome to the gerontocracy. It's no longer a gerontocracy. They're just simply like no longer alive. It's what is ruled by the dead? A necrocracy? Yeah, arrest his staff for like weekends at burning him. Necrocracy. Yeah. That's my new like death metal band. Neccorpcoptocracy? No, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. I'm going to go with what I've been saying. Necrocracy. Ghostocracy. Someone in the chat asked if we were Desecration of a Corpse. That's a great name for a band too. Someone in the chat asked if we were going to, or if we had gone over the continued flooding and power outage in Gary, Indiana. And we have not gone over that yet. However, I did pull it for us to go over. And so we might as well pivot over into that since someone already asked. And then maybe after that, we'll do the Darlene Graham thing. Just jump around a little bit. Jump around. You know how we do it. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Power outages. We'll also do maybe some of the heat wave hitting the South, too. Are any of you guys in the South getting hit by the heat wave? That South United States, obviously. It's chilly where I am. Maybe even raining. But it sounds like someone's trying to break into my house. But I like to imagine they would be in by now if they were actually doing it. Yeah. Here, let's start with this one. Thousands still without power in Indiana more than a week after the storm.
More than a week after severe storms knocked out power to tens of thousands of homes and businesses, thousands are still without power in northwest Indiana. While crews work to restore power to hard-hit areas like Gary, Indiana, frustration is growing among residents who don't know when this ordeal will end. CBS News Chicago's Sabrina Franza reports from Hammond, Indiana.
People are angry. They want answers. They want to know when they will have their power restored. We're talking about people who had fridges full of food that they had to throw away. People who have to drive miles and miles just to get their hands on a hot meal that might be the only meal that they get in a given day. And yes, we did just hear from NIPSCO after days of pressing them for answers. They did say that in Gary, Indiana, at least, they're anticipating power to be restored by Tuesday, August 25th. That will be weeks after the storm hit northwest Indiana. And as for here in Hammond, there's still no ETA on when people can expect to have their power back.
They're losing food. Homes are getting warmer. They're worried about loved ones and had to make hard choices to get through the day. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a real burden.
After days of pressing, NIPSCO finally gives some answers. Information for folks who have been without power for 9 days. Keonji Williams and her family just got the keys to their new home. New home, no power.
I have not been able to get through to NIPSCO. Actually, a few of my neighbors also have tried. Not any luck talking to a live person. So I was like, okay, the next step is public shame.
Which is part.
Exactly. That's the only way to get any response from private companies now, public shame. That's also why they hate social media and they want you to have to associate your name with your account so that if you public shame companies in your area, they can execute reprisals against you. Think she's a deadhead too?
Partially why she called us. It is a shame. You take people's money, you surplus the bills every month, and we're going through all of this. ComEd, they came on like a few hours, days later. We're 2 weeks in, still struggling.
Yeah, crazy. Brian is asking the important questions. What's the question? That's a great shirt. Big shame about the infrastructure being ripped out of that Biden bill. Well, when you split it up, it's easier to pass both parts, right? Sorry, Indiana, we have a helipad that needs to be built. He gave a tour of all of the construction in the White House. Did you see that? I didn't pull. Oh, it's right here, actually. I wasn't going to pull it for us to watch, but I did see it was happening. I think I have another clip about this particular power outage situation. Some power outages extended another week after deadly Indiana storms. Yeah, the water was crazy high in Indiana.
Well, some people in Northwest Indiana could be without power
another week. Governor Braun got a helipad built too. Damn, everyone's getting a helipad. I would never get into a helicopter. To me, that's like building your own grave, I guess. People do that all the time too, but you know what I mean.
Well, some people in Northwest Indiana could be without power another week. I told you, I talked to somebody. They told me that their power won't be back on until Tuesday of next week. So a lot of people still in the dark. NIPSCO says they've turned the lights back on for most customers, but crews are still scrambling to clean up the damage from last week's storms.
Brittany Toulis has been live all morning. And Brittany, tell us where things stand for those folks.
Hey guys, there are still people going to be without power for close to a week in some parts of Indiana. And I actually did follow up with officials in Dyer. I was out there on Monday. Some of their critical infrastructure was still running off of generator power, and their wastewater treatment plant and 2 lift stations are still running on generator power. But on top of just being without power, the thousands of Indianans without power, there are still people dealing with damage from debris falling on their homes and their property and flooding damage. And unfortunately, some Indiana families are grieving. 7 lives at least were lost during these storms. Now, the 7 deaths happening across several counties, Delaware, Lake, LaPorte, Jennings, and Porter counties. Those people's ages spanning late 50s to just 4 years old. There is an additional death in Monroe County. Officials may connect to storms, but they're waiting on more details right now before they do that. Now, the deadly August 11th system bringing a derecho, at least 2 tornadoes, hail, and flash flooding. The Indiana Department of Homeland Security actually taking the state response with help from a number of other agencies.
Derecho? I've always pronounced it like it's pronounced in Spanish. You know what I mean?
The Indiana Department of Homeland Security actually taking the state response with help from a number of other agencies. And on August 15th, FEMA approved Governor Mike Braun's request for federal aid, that aid supporting 53 counties with flooding impacts. 19 other counties also made their own emergency declarations. Now, high winds ripping through Indiana also ripped through NIPSCO's power systems. The latest numbers show there are still over 84,000 NIPSCO customers without power. More than 282,000 customers have had their power restored. The August 11th storms damaging over 1,500 transmission and distribution poles, damaged 5 transmission towers, about 2.1 million feet of wiring needed to be either repaired or replaced. And right now there are over 1,400 line workers that are working to get power back on, but some of those restored dates for some communities are days out. People living in Highland and Munster, their estimated recovery time is August 25th at 11:59 p.m. And guys, that's about 2 weeks after these storms initially hit. Now, right now, there is no federal aid for homeowners or renters, but there are still some state resources people can take advantage of. This Indiana State Disaster Relief Fund is available, and people can get up to $5,000 for immediate needs. There's also SNAP replacement for SNAP recipients who lost food when their power went out. There's some paperwork that needs to be submitted with that, and there is a deadline. It has to be within 10 days of that event. So there are still a few days left. There's also a temporary stop on insurance.
Why is there a deadline? Like, why does there need to be a 10-day deadline for processing this kind of stuff?
policy cancellations and late fees. That stop will last for 60 days. And also there are 13 shelters statewide for anybody who needs any help, any relief to get devices charged or to just get out of the heat and get into a place with power. There are 13 throughout the state. We'll have those listed on our website, but also anyone who just wants any quick information can just call 211 here in Indiana and they'll get linked with whatever resources or just pointed into the right direction where they can start looking for those resources that they need, guys.
All right, that's a long time without power.
2 weeks,
yeah.
2 weeks if it's not until next Tuesday. Brittany, thank you.
That is a long time without power. It's a life-threateningly long time without power for some people. Melancholy says, out-of-state contractors have also been saying that they need approval for NIPSCO for doing anything. So there are a lot of times where they are just sitting around waiting to hear from them to fix shit. Are you in this situation? Are you like in like on the field in Indiana right now? No federal aid. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that eventually they will be maybe trying to get some federal aid. They're probably in the process now, but you know how things are with Trump administration. If this like flooding hit Epstein Island, if it hit like Little St. James, Mark Wayne Mullen would already be on the ground outside that like blue-white building with like a hard hat on talking about how they were going to repair everything. When you lock out your workers and lay half of them off, then have to get out of state contractors days later, you can't be surprised. That sounds like something that government that doesn't appreciate the public sector would do. Let's see. Well, I mean, people say in the chat that Indiana is Republican territory. It's hard to say. I've never been. I've only been to Ohio. I've never been to Chicago. Long time without power and their houses were flooded. They are fucked. Obviously, some people are probably running generators to, like they were saying, running generators partially to air out and dry their house, like just running 25 dehumidifiers inside their house so they could possibly prevent their walls from becoming so moldy that they can't live there. Oh, yeah. Solidarity reminded me. Consider giving the stream a like. Consider giving the channel a subscribe if you're enjoying the show. Let's turn over to the heat wave, though. Separate problem, same country. More than 70 million Americans in South facing extreme heat as temperatures go above 100. Ugh, I can't stand it.
Right now, more than 70 million Americans are under heat alerts in the southeast and southwest. Temperatures are climbing well above 100 degrees in some areas, with dozens of record highs broken this week. In Arizona, the extreme heat warning has been extended through Friday, where the lows are forecast to stay in the 90s. That is where we find CBS News correspondent Jason Allen. Jason, I've spent 32 summers in the desert, 30 of them right there where you're standing. What is different about this?
So you're accustomed to this then, and you know that it is a truth, Lindsay, that when somebody says, oh, over 100 degrees, it doesn't make any difference anymore. It absolutely does make a difference. Every single degree you get up makes a difference. And so we are in this stretch right now, as you said, of an extreme heat warning, extreme even for Arizona, with temperatures up to 100.
Wow. You guys are judging her. You don't recognize Anansi the spider or Coyote, the desert spirit. She's just been out in the desert for generations, but this desert specifically 30 years.
Every single degree you get up makes a difference. And so we are in this stretch right now, as you said, of an extreme heat warning, extreme even for Arizona, with temperatures up to 110, 111 degrees from now all the way through Sunday. The reason we're standing right here, as you said, you've been here before, this is at the trailhead to Echo Canyon, and you'll see the sign back here says closed because of extreme heat during the daylight hours, 8 to 5 o'clock, because they don't want anybody coming up here and getting on the trails and being overcome by these temperatures and then having to be rescued by emergency medical services who are here. Happened to somebody yesterday, and when they got that victim off of the mountain, they said that their core temperature was at 100.
Damn, he looks hot. You can tell he's hot. You can tell he's struggling. They got him out here in this button up. They could have let him wear at least a polo. Damn, he's hot. You could tell it's hot out there.
victim
It's a dry
off
heat,
of the
though.
mountain. They said that their core temperature was at 104 degrees, which they have been cooling down people, trying to cool them down very, very quickly now, getting them into ice bags and ice water bags to get that core temperature cooled down. This is all part of a big heat dome, a high pressure dome that has been extending from the desert Southwest here all across the middle of the country to Texas over into Florida, where in Miami they had their first 100-degree day since the 1940s. Texas, I know, has been in a stretch of 9 straight days of 100-degree temperatures, and it can be
So
deadly.
normal.
In fact, in Garland, just outside of Dallas, there was a 5-year-old child that was left in a car and died, unfortunately, there yesterday. So this is going to extend for several more days. As you said, we're used to the heat here, but we are already, Lindsay, in
Really tragic. And definitely, take care of yourself. It can be a very thin line between being okay in the heat and not being okay in the heat. And not just for infants or babies or like young children left in cars, but for older people, for people who are disabled, but also for people who don't consider themselves to be disabled, right? People who are able-bodied. It's very easy to get heat stroke, and it's not fun.
Top 5 for years where we've had 110-degree days here in Phoenix, and it's not over yet. We got heat for several more weeks still before this is done.
Yeah, it really doesn't cool off in Phoenix in earnest until late October. But I got to ask you, the control room's got to know, what's with the long sleeves?
You have to look, I know what
You
I'm
gotta keep
doing,
your
right? I
skin
grew up in
covered.
the desert. You have to keep the sun off of your skin. It's worse if you roll the sleeves up. I know what I'm talking about.
We trust you. We believe you. Jason Allen, thank you so
Yeah. I mean, he's right, though. He should have been dressed like a Jedi. Sun protection. Yeah, in that heat, in that sun, you would probably fry in a second. He should have a hat on, too. Like one of those big wide brim Pharrell hats or pumpkin spice latte influencer hats. Dressed like a Jesus Mormon, yeah. A Jesus Mormon? Dressed like a Mormon is what he's actually dressed like. A Jawa, yeah. Ooh. What do you guys want? Do you guys want to do more news, or do you guys want to take a little diversion into doing something fun? Because I'm sitting on this Alex Jones challenges Tim Pool to a fight video, and, it's burning a hole in my content pocket. So we could keep with the news. We could do something fun up front. I know we tend to just do build up a nice little pace with news and then do something fun at the end. But, we can mix it in. It's Thursday. No Pearl. Not that I have. No fun allowed. I hope Alex puts on a beanie. That's not fair. Diversity rules. Wow. How dare you say that? Okay. Everyone wants to watch the Alex Jones video. Well, this popped up in my algorithm because we watched those Tim Pool Cope debate videos yesterday. And I don't know if it's because Alex Jones smells blood in the water when it comes to Tim Pool, but it seems as though he's trying to gin up a little controversy, maybe a little bit of antagonism with Tim. And you'll recall that just a few months ago, maybe 5 months ago, Alex Jones was making content with Tim Pool, albeit he was very drunk when he was on the Tim Pool show when they were both in Austin, I guess, for South by Southwest. But he was on the Tim Pool show. And I have to believe the reason why he's kind of changed it up has to do with the reason why he's changed up basically all of his content in terms of where he finds himself aligned on some of these issues related to Tyler Robinson, related to Epstein, related to a lot of things over the last few months. Because a few months ago, he was still hoping that Donald Trump or Elon Musk were going to bail him out of his debt, right? I don't think the president can just overthrow that kind of case given what it was. But, Elon Musk probably had $1 billion in his ass crack he could have donated to his paying back the victims fund. And when he was still hoping for that, he was making all types of manic videos trying to defend them from Epstein allegations, trying to defend Tyler Robinson, or rather trying to defend the state's case against Tyler Robinson, attacking Candace, going on Tim Pool. But once the InfoWars deal was basically fully over, he switched up on a dime, right? The moment he was out of that InfoWars office, I don't know if they were pumping some kind of gas into some kind of fluorine gas into the office to make him more amenable to like the state's narrative. But the moment he got out of that office, he started to like wake up to the truth in a lot of these topics, or on a lot of these topics. And so I guess he senses that Tim Pool, after that Jubilee video, is weak and easy pickings for this kind of attack. And so he's trying to make a new name for himself on the, I guess, new right by going after him. Or maybe it's all a joke. Remember, it's all fake. It's all WWE. Alex Jones challenges Tim Pool to boxing match. Now, I don't have too much of the context on this. I think it started on X, the Everything app, where everything starts. But we can just go into this kind of dry. Oh, wait, no, we actually can't go into this kind of dry because first I have to show you.
Okay, Alex, I'll debate you. All right.
First, I have to show you the thumbnail for this video because there's no way to watch this video without seeing the thumbnail for it. I apologize. It's offensive, but it's also very funny. So I'm definitely going to show it to you. Where is the Alex Jones live show channel now? Here it is. Okay, you're not prepared for this, but you can't laugh because it's offensive. It's problematic. But I'm going to show it to you anyway. Get ready. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Alex Jones is so fucked up. Yeah, oh boy, exactly. Exactly. Tim has more hair than this, though. Super rude. Tim definitely has more hair than this. Okay, well, maybe we'll just start with this video. The thumbnail's dragging me into it. Is this the real Alex Jones? No. The real Alex Jones exploded. Okay, I don't need all the build up, Alex. Oh, it's like a whole trailer now? Okay, sure. So Alex Jones, I guess, put together a whole trailer about how Tim Pool is a Israeli stooge.
Here's the deal. I'm the head of the Illuminati. That's well known. So definitely we're killing the planet. Human life is not worth anything.
I don't know about any of that.
We should get rid of the majority of people.
Die. Let's try and die.
And that will end all war, so there's peace.
He's crazy.
We gotta kill every varmint. We gotta get everything.
Okay, Alex, I'll debate you, all right? I'm going to take the position that Israel has undue influence in U.S. electoral politics. AIPAC should register under FARA. They pressured us, forcing our hand into the Iranian war, for which it's undermined our interests, and they're currently undermining our interests in the Middle East. I'll take that position. And then I guess you'll take the pro side, like why you support Israel, I guess.
I'm criticizing you because I'm sick of people getting on bandwagons who meet secretly with the Israeli prime minister for propaganda purposes, then coming in and jumping on top of an Israeli propaganda operation against me. So whether you took money from them or not, you met with them and you're regurgitating their crap.
But Israel is intentionally.
Oh, now he's trying to say there's like an Israeli propaganda effort against him. Come on. Alex is so desperate for relevance now with this kind of stuff. It really is shameless. He really did turn on a dime.
Dragging us into this war, and also Israel has
I think you got Israel derangement syndrome.
Okay, well, but
I call it Israel-Palestine derangement.
Okay, then let me. Well, so first of all, Israel. This is on two separate. Do you know the story of Israel wiretapping the White House and blackmailing Bill Clinton?
No.
Okay, well, this is you can see this in the New York Post. There's been 2 independently written books on this.
Yeah, but do you know the story about the NSA wiretapping Angela Merkel?
No, okay, sure. I'm just saying.
Look.
No, I'm giving you examples. If Israel doesn't treat us like an ally, Israel ropes us into these things because they know we're going to back
Germany
them up.
like an ally, which is the point.
No, I know, but
welcome to international espionage and warfare.
But if you're America first, why would you want to get exploited into this war in the Middle East that you care so little about?
Why are you trying to make me single on Israel when all of these other countries are doing equally or worse things?
So, everybody's asking, it's a huge story. I didn't intend to
That's
be
right,
this
muddy
big.
the water.
What's the beef between me and Tim Pool? X came out over the weekend, did a major update, and it basically killed all the live streams, entertainment shows, media shows, conservative liberal shows. Everybody was saying, oh my God, this is devastating. We figured it was a glitch. We didn't even show the live feed when you posted it. And I said, this is probably just a glitch. Please fix it. And they fix it by Monday. Well, by Monday evening, Tim Pool comes out and says, that's because you criticized Trump and basically the war, so you're not popular now. And the fact that that was a mirror of all these known Israeli bots and people associated with Israeli propaganda, which is on record, 1.3 billion this year alone, financed by the Knesset to brainwash the American people. I mean, this is treason. And the primary members of Congress and to pass the NDAA for Israel to take over. And when I saw him post on a video I did where I explained, okay, turns out it was just a glitch like we thought, really let me know he's following Israeli talking points, and it pissed me off, okay? And then I pointed out last night that he met secretly Netanyahu. It came out in the Israeli news months after last year. He admitted, okay, I met with him secret, but the details are secret Chatham House rules. He spun that and others did. Yeah, I announced I met with him. It was public. The bot said, oh, it was a public podcast. It was cameras, TV there. None of that's true.
I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was under what's called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it, and they would. I legit thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning you can't quote the Prime Minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped, and they'd provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we ain't putting our quotes on that one.
So maybe Tim's just dumb and copied what the Israeli bots were putting out, but he does meet with the guy that gives the orders in their eighth part of the 8th Front War.
To be honest, Tim is dumb, and he might just be copying what the Israeli bots are putting out, because a lot of times he's afraid to have his own opinion. And so if he sees something being said enough with enough popularity, he will just repeat it. Like he said about the Civil War stuff before, saying that was his opinion for some reason. And so it is possible he is just actually a useful idiot. It's also possible that he was shopping around for a new daddy, a new kind of like sugar daddy for his show, considering like the information about maybe some of his funding being pulled out from under him after certain other sugar daddies just no longer were able to give it to him. And so we know that Israel was doing this kind of soft power campaign with right-wing figures who were still integrated with the Trump administration, with the typical GOP, machine like Tim Pool and like others like Tim Pool, because they were deathly afraid of the right, the populist right base, distancing themselves from Israel. Where they were going to go with that, who's to say? But people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson have been making real inroads into getting certain segments of the Republican Party, what you could consider to be the future of the Republican Party, away from the Israeli first message within our GOP, within our at least Republican-led culture in that sense. And yeah, I mean, Tim Pool was not going to be able to stop that shifting tide, obviously. So I don't know if they actually gave him any money. They probably spoke to him and they were like, nah, this guy's not going to be a tastemaker.
This is the 8th Front. The disinformation campaign is humongous. It takes a second for a lie to circulate the world, and then you have to battle it with the only weapon you have, which is the truth. And truth is slower than lies and more difficult to ascertain because you have to get the facts. You have to... When you lie, you can say anything.
Oh, Mark Levin. I forgot this was Life, Liberty, Levin.
To speak for the truth and to shame those who spread the lies. I don't see any other solution. Do you?
No. Tim Pool is an NPC, and you're a real human being. So no one's ever heard of Tim Pool. You're the legend that is Alex Jones.
I got the Kanye
and you were
bump.
fighting on the front line, and now we're here with you. You got some other superheroes part of the Avenger movie fighting for Christ.
Real time.
Okay, well, that did whet my appetite. Let's see the first video. Alex Jones challenges Tim Pool to boxing match. Oh my gosh, could you imagine Tim versus Alex in a boxing match? I mean, Alex would obviously have the advantage. He's like at least 100 pounds heavier than Tim Pool, you have to imagine. Let's hear it. Alex Jones challenges Tim Pool
Okay,
to
Alex,
boxing
I'll debate
match.
you. All right. I'm going to take the position that Israel is undue influence in U.S.
We can
electoral.
skip this part. We can skip this
Israel
part.
now. He has to be.
Well, I mean, if you want to debate, he'd have to take the pro-Israel position. So I say yes. Absolutely.
300 grand.
Well, you know, he doesn't have 300. Maybe you can do a GoFundMe for it or something.
So what a cowardly
shit.
move. Jones doesn't have enough money. He's not in my class to even debate me. I'm a god up here above him. Even though since it came out that he met with Netanyahu in secret, his audience, which was not even that big before, has gone like this.
Oh, yeah, it has.
That's the type of chicken shit arithmetic that we're dealing with here. Let me make it simpler for you, Tim. You pick the spot. You get a ring in a state that allows it. I'm an older man than you. Let's have a boxing match, bare knuckles.
Oh, shit.
Let's do it by trial.
Oh, my gosh. Like Alex Kimbo Slice Jones versus Tim the Tool Man Pool. Is that what we're going to get? I will say, even in a debate, Alex Jones, as long as he's not showing up drunk, is 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10 going to, walk circles around Tim Pool. Alex Jones is another professional broadcaster. It would go so poorly for Tim if he actually debated Alex Jones about basically anything. And not even because Alex has facts on his side.
Simpler for you, Tim. You pick the spot. You get a ring in a state that allows it. I'm an older man than you. Let's have a boxing match, bare knuckles. Let's do it by trial by combat. You're a big man. You can wear your beanie. Let's get in the ring. Alex Jones is a big talker. All this tough guy talk. Get in the ring with me, Tim. You're this big man. Get in the ring, bare knuckles with me. Or it'd be better for you, let me tell you. How about we wear full-size gloves? That'd be smart for you to do that. Because I'm going to knock your ass out and fold you up like a beach chair in about 30 seconds.
I was going to say beanie.
I want Tim Pool to get in a ring with me and where all his arrogance will be put on display. I'm a paper tiger, pal. Look at me. Come on. Come on. Come on. You, this old 50-year-old man, you can beat my ass so easy, son. Get in the ring with me, Pool. I challenge you, your place, your time, anywhere, anytime. Let's get in the ring right now. I want Tim Pool to be the champion of Netanyahu. You can wear your trunks, the Star of David right there. You can have rabbis there doing chants, burning incense, everything else. I want you in the ring with me, and you are going to be victorious.
God,
because
this
you've
is the
got
Alex
that magical beanie.
This is the Alex we like.
The mothership yarmulke that gives the orders all out to all the other yarmulkes.
Real time.
Crazy.
Uncensored.
Alex is unchained now. He just needs the attention. And he knows Tim Pool is weak. Oh, man. He shouldn't pick on Tim Pool, but you got it. You got to like start your way at the bottom of the totem pole again.
After it was clear that it was just an X-Bug show.
He's also mad about the money thing. Obviously, money is a very sensitive topic for Alex Jones right now. So when Tim Pool like mentioned the $300,000, yeah, that probably upset him.
Let me give you an update on the Tim Pool situation.
Hell yeah, please do, Alex.
When I saw him come out 36 hours after it was clear that it was just an X-Bug, as I believed it was, killing live show numbers for everybody, including entertainment shows, not just mine, and saying, no, you have no viewers because you're anti-Trump, anti-war. And the way he's ridden the fence on this, it was my belief that he was paid to do that. I don't know that, but I know he met secretly with Netanyahu. Then I saw the bots instantly hit us and say, oh, how do you know there was a secret meeting? Because Tim Pool told you. No, he got caught. It came out in the Israeli news. They had the secret meeting that Netanyahu called him to have on how to counter the American right and how he'd be the leader of the resistance to us. And Tim Pool's tried to spin that and then put out post on X saying, oh, I got the call, not saying who, implying, you know, when he had the secret meeting, he got the call, he took the meeting, he did it. Did he take the money? We don't know. So I said, Tim, why don't you just debate me? Which I challenge everybody to do. And most people are scared to do it. I don't know why. I mean, I'm such an idiot. It should be easy to do, right? And so he came out last night and, made jokes about it. We'll play the clip here in a moment, saying, well, he wants $300,000. Then he made the joke like it lessens me because the Democrats and the CIA and the FBI came after me to bankrupt me and to do all this. And they believed I would quit if under non-dischargeable bankruptcy where I could have my house and my car and that's it. I don't even care about that. It means absolutely nothing. In fact, it just pisses me off more. And he's just like, oh, well, sorry, Alex doesn't have $300,000 to pay him to debate him. So just another chicken shit statement by Tim Pool. And people say, oh, he's your friend. Tim Pool's probably never been my friend. He's always come off sociopathic.
Oh, friendship over between Alex and Tim. Wasn't just like 5 months ago. Well, I mean, I think 5 months ago, he was also challenging Tim to a fight. If I recall correctly, when he was drunk in that video with Tim, he was also telling Tim he wanted to fight him, but it seemed more like drunk, like jocular fighting. Like, oh yeah, Tim, let's wrestle. Let's wrestle, Tim. And Tim's like, no, I don't want to wrestle, Alex. I don't want to wrestle. You're so sweaty. I don't want to wrestle. And like now it seems that has turned into real. Well, I mean, this is WWE. Alex Jones is always doing WWE, but it's the kind of WWE that will like lower your rating in people's eyes if you don't respond accordingly. So funny. Tim has like sociopathic eyes. No, I don't think that's true. He has those kind of like empty gooner eyes that some people have, but I don't think it's because he's a gooner. I think it's just because he's like a, kind of a simpleton, if I'm being honest.
So just another chicken shit statement by Tim Pool. And people say, oh, he's your friend. Tim Pool's probably never been my friend. He's always come off sociopathic. It's not like he's not a good host. He's smart in ways. I'm not trying to lessen that. But the point is he's an opportunist. He never got banned anywhere. We've been banned everywhere. And so him to pile on and say, your listeners are down 90% because you're not pro-Trump was an endorsement of the unpopular stuff Trump's done, claiming what they're doing is popular when it's unpopular and destroying our populist movement. And it was a glitch. We're back to the regular live stream stuff on X. Record numbers on the videos, the articles, all of it. That's why I didn't think it was a suppression. I thought it was a glitch. And X admitted it was a glitch and fixed it within 48 hours. Kudos, Elon Musk.
Sure.
So
it's probably less of a glitch on X and people actually seeing what the real engagement with these videos they post on X too, because X's fucking metrics are always so inflated. It's always like crazy shit. We're like, oh, 800,000 people engaged with this tweet. It's like, no, like it was on their For You page while they scrolled through mindlessly and they didn't stop for even a second. It just makes Elon Musk's website look better when every video that's popular gets like 1 billion views, 10 million views, but it's just not happening.
That's why I got pissed, because it looked like coordination to me. It looked like piling on, and I've never done anything to this guy. When it came out that a Russian company was funding a file-sharing video network ad center, and that's a long story to even describe how those work, but you get in a pool group. I've been offered a lot, never did it, because I know if there's some group I don't know, I'm going to get accused of something. That's why we got to be very careful. That's why we went to direct sales 15 years ago and basically got rid of most sponsors, because who knows who's funding that sponsor. Later they'll claim you took money, and sponsors, usually they'll be doing great. They do come to you and say, now we want you to say this, and I'm like, screw you. So that's why we went to the model of direct sales, the AlexJonesStore.com. Before that, the InfoWars store. And so I've been through this over and over again, and I didn't ever even talk about it other than saying, no, I don't think Benny Johnson and Tim Pool and a bunch of others, because I really believe that, were bad because a Russian company didn't disclose they owned some deal where they would pay you for your videos and pay you to run ads for regular products. You didn't know you were getting Russian money. I mean, for all I know, who knows? It's never been come out. I think if it was there, it'd be out. But I've never knowingly taken money from a foreign government. I never took money from the Air Force or the Marine Corps, but that was a big scandal right before they banned me on YouTube. that the Air Force and Marines were making buys on YouTube for my show for recruitment. There was
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, they know that your fan base is credulous, so they probably went after them for that reason. But I will note that it was very suspicious that he said very specifically that he's never taken money from foreign governments, and then also made the caveat that he didn't know when the Air Force and Marines were doing ad buys on his channel, but didn't really clarify that he's never taken any money from the U.S. government in some other form. He just kind of like addressed one instance of it in a very specific way, and then was like, if you've seen it before, it was only here. But like, I don't know. Alex Jones has always like, been spook coded if you believe the rumors.
#1 show at the time, and mainly young age males. So, I mean, that was a smart place. And the Air Force responded and said, no, it's a top demographic. He has the #1 show with young males. I mean, we're going to advertise there. But yeah, I took money from Uncle Sam, and I clicked the agreement. So you just take the money. I mean, one buy alone was like $20,000. So yeah, Tim, I got money from a government. It was the U.S. government. But it wasn't for what I said or what I did. And that was a scandal back at the time. So I never even got approached by foreign governments with money. I got approached by Roger Ailes 15 years ago, and then like 18 years ago, then like 10 years ago, to do a Fox show. They want me to do a show with Mancow. They want me to do my own show, and I'd be the new Limbaugh, but they wanted to control what I said, so I didn't do it. And then right before they sued me.
You see, like, what's really happening here, too, is that he's in a career spiral. He's now, just like when he was drunk on Tim Pool talking about Joe Rogan and talking about how he wanted to fight Joe Rogan, he's remembering all of the opportunities he had back in the day, many of which he probably turned down because he thought he was too big for it. It wasn't right for his brand. It wasn't going to make him enough money. And now all of those opportunities have dried up because of like what has happened, by nature of his own actions. And Tim Pool managed to, in that time, decide to punch down, probably because he was in his own feelings after that Jubilee performance, and he thought to himself, well, let me punch down at Alex, or even just make like a cruel joke because Alex is not getting as much views as I get. And Alex took that personally because he's in a very desperate position, and Tim Pool's weak right now, and there's no better way to build up your own brand than tearing down someone else's brand. And so if Alex Jones has to burn whatever bridges he had with Tim Pool to get himself back into a place of prominence, he absolutely will, because Tim Pool and being on his show can't really put you in a place of prominence anymore. He probably saw that when he went on there a few weeks ago at South by Southwest. Same with George Santos, right? Like, George Santos's career has not been boosted very significantly by being on Tim Pool's show. And it's probably a lot more effective to be the guy who's like tearing Tim Pool down. And Alex Jones does not mind that at all. Like, he's the sociopathic one. He's business minded. Hurt people, hurt people. Hurt people, hurt people, hurt people. True.
Through law firms, they had a meeting in D.C. and the richest guy in the world at the time wanted to give me $50 million a year. And people said, "Well, say the name." No, it was an off-record meeting. It wasn't an illegal meeting. So if something's illegal, I'll expose it. But if I have a meeting that's off record, I'm not going to disclose what the meeting was. But they were like, "Okay, you're about to get sued and destroyed, or you can come work for us." And I said no. So yeah, there it is. The Air Force is running a recruitment ad for its special forces on Alex Jones' YouTube channel. See, Brew found the thing. So that was the type of stuff that was going on back then. So just classic, because the foreign governments know, they're smart enough to know, you come to me and try to give me money, I'll punch you in the face and call the FBI on your ass. And actually, they did send the FBI with the Internet Research Group in 2017 in D.C. when I didn't take the money from the richest guy in the world at the time, not Musk, somebody else.
Okay, I just can't keep listening to him hear about how he turned down all this money, but never from the U.S. government, but never from foreign governments either. Like, we get it. You've never been paid by the deep state for spreading disinformation online or, leading people away from the true causes of the problems in our society. You've never done that, Alex. Now get back to Tim.
I think I mentioned and said, yeah, it doesn't look good, but he met with Netanyahu. It came out, it was a secret meeting. Once it came out, then he admitted the meeting. People go, well, how do you know about the meeting if it's secret? Because he admitted it after it got exposed. But they just keep gaslighting. No, how do you know? How do you know? It's not, it's known Israeli bots doing that. So I don't know about him getting Russian money whether it's rubles or shekels. But that's what we're dealing with here. And so I'm not going to sit here.
There's nothing now.
And have him then make his jokes about, well, I want $300,000 to debate Alex Jones, but he doesn't have money. Ha, ha, ha. As if the fact that I don't have money means I'm a bad person when I don't have money because I'm a true person who didn't sell out. So it's disgusting. And so I wanted to end this Tim Pool thing. I felt betrayed by him. I talked about it. But now because he did this, Tim, we got a lot of sources and a lot of people that like what we're doing who are actually good. And so now I put the calls in to find out exactly what's going on with you, pal.
Oh,
so
shit.
you keep being arrogant. You wear your little beanie and you do your thing. You feel all powerful and laugh at me on. That's fine. It's not personal. Okay. I first got mad because it's personal because why are you trying to dance on my imaginary political grave? But the fact that you said I'm getting foreign calls and told what to do, that means money. I want you to put up or shut up. And then I said, let's have a debate about who's getting foreign money. And you puss out and say, buddy, you ain't got the money to interview me. That's a class system. I'm better than you, bitch. I got more money.
That's a class system. That's crazy. Alex Jones is really in his feelings about this bankruptcy. But yeah, Tim Pool can't take any more L's. What do you want, Alex? You want for him to storm off on you? Is that what you want? Tim Pool made the mistake, like I said. Alex Jones is a wounded animal looking for someone to take down with him or to get himself back into a position of prominence. When you see him struggling like that, unless you happen to be in a lower place than him, you just got to leave him. Just leave him. But Tim Pool was feeling too emotional about his own defeat and just wanted to feel bigger than someone else because he always likes to do that. But you should just left him. Like, laugh amongst yourself. Like, laugh in private about his failures.
Trying to dance on my imaginary political grave. But the fact that you said I'm getting foreign calls and told what to do, that means money. I want you to put up or shut up. And then I said, let's have a debate about who's getting foreign money. And you puss out and say, buddy, you ain't got the money to interview me. That's a class system. I'm better than you, bitch. I got more money than you, bitch. You can't even talk to me, bitch. That's like George Washington couldn't even though he was a huge prospector and businessman and owned all this property, was great, everything he did, he couldn't even go get a business deal because he wasn't a British lord. It's the same type of attitude. So I was going to drop the Tim Pool thing until I saw this clip, and now the new statements he's put out. Here's an overhead shot. 300,000, Alex. I hear that's the going rate because they charged the Andrew Wilson guy to go in with Candace. He says, hey, I'm the superior. It's all about the money to debate me. Dude, you're the guy that came out and said my audience is gone because I'm anti-war when that's super popular. But I didn't do that because it's super popular. It's the right thing.
He definitely did it because it's super popular. Maybe he also did it because it's the right thing. But it's super popular. That's why he changed his position on the other things too. Alex has always been a little bit more anti-war than, maybe your classic right-wing grifter, just given his more libertarian, like conspiracy theory bent. But it's really the other parts of his new persona that he pivoted on, like the Epstein stuff and the Tyler Robinson stuff, that he seemed very defensive of the state's position before he ended up in this position. That I think gives up that he's just trying to reinvent his brand as being like, on the far fringes again of whatever the new Republican is, the new Republican orthodoxy is, which I guess is Tim Pool. Brian told me, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Ozempic Mandius. I almost read that as Ozempic Madness, but it's a little bit of both.
The guy that did that. You're the guy that besmirched my.
Since when is Alex Jones against the class system? Since he became poor, obviously.
Anti-war when that's super popular, but I didn't do that because it's super popular. It's the right thing. You're the guy that did that. You're the guy that besmirched my credibility. And then he did all these posts saying, I don't know why Alex is attacking me. I'm his biggest buddy. I'm his biggest pal. You won't even own up to your attack because it's a passive-aggressive, beta male pussy move.
You tell him, Alex.
So Tim Pool wants $300,000 to debate me. What does that say? And then he makes the joke, but I don't have the money. Of course, I could get somebody to get the money, but that the debate's not worth that. It's pathetic, and it's disgusting. So here's Tim Pool last night saying, yeah, I want $300,000. Here it is.
Okay, Alex, I'll debate you. All right. I'm going to take the position that Israel has undue influence in U.S. electoral politics. AIPAC should register under FARA. They pressured us, forcing our hand into the Iranian war, for which it's undermined.
I will say the real issue with Tim dressing the same way on every show that he does is that it makes it really hard to date when these episodes are from. Because he just said from the other day, and I'm like, this could be from any fucking day of the Tim Pool show. Like, I would have to go through all of the clips to figure out when he said this because he dresses the same every day.
I'm going to take the position that Israel has undue influence in U.S. electoral politics. AIPAC should register under FARA. They pressured us, forcing our hand into the Iranian war, for which it's undermined our interests, and they're currently undermining our interests in the Middle East. I'll take that position. And then I guess you'll take the pro side, like why you support Israel, I guess. I mean, I can't imagine we'd both take the same position, right? It's a debate. So that's my position, and then you can take the other one, I guess.
Right now, Alex is pro-Israel now. He has to be.
Well, I mean, if he wants to debate, he'd have to take the pro-Israel position. So I say yes, absolutely.
300 grand.
Well, he doesn't have 300. Maybe you can do a GoFundMe for it or something.
275.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got to capitalize on this name recognition.
I'll
right
chip
now.
in 2 cents of X money. I just got paid.
So there's a sick victory, like he's bankrupt. We have more money than him. We're better than him.
Yeah.
How sick is that? It is a badge of honor that I gave up what I had for this freedom, and I love it. And it's
gave up what you had.
Honor
for
and a
this
pleasure
freedom.
to do it. A distinct pleasure.
That's crazy spin.
But no, it wouldn't be about the fact that now that Israel's propaganda war failed, which they admit, that now you've suddenly flipped from being pro-war and pro-Netanyahu, meeting with him secretly, to now going, oh, I agree with all of you. It shows what a fence rider you are. You're a sunshine patriot, pal, not a winter soldier. I'm a winter soldier. Tim Pool is a sunshine patriot. He's not a leader. And I don't have some hard on for Tim Pool. It's just that I'm not going to sit there and watch him repeat an Israeli propaganda bot attack on me, which is 100% clear, and then not call you out. So what a cowardly move. Jones doesn't have enough money. He's not in my class to even debate me. I'm a god up here above him, even though since it came out that he met with Netanyahu in secret, his audience, which was not even that big before, has gone like this. That's the type of chicken shit arithmetic that we're dealing with here. Let me make it simpler for you, Tim. You pick the spot. You get a ring in a state that allows it. I'm an older man than you. Let's have a boxing match, bare knuckles. Let's do it by trial by combat. You're a big man.
Sick.
You can wear your beanie. Let's get in the ring. Alex Jones is a big talker. All this tough guy talk. Get in the ring with me, Tim. You're this big man. Get in the ring, bare knuckles with me. Or it'd be better for you, let me tell you. How about we wear full-size gloves? That'd be smart for you to do that. Because I'm going to knock your ass out and fold you up like a beach chair in about 30 seconds. I want Tim Pool to get in a ring with me and where all his arrogance will be put on display. I'm a paper tiger, pal. Look at me. Come on. Come on.
How much would you pay to watch this fight? How much would you pay for the pay-per-view to watch the fight between Alex Jones and Tim Pool? That should have been on the White House front lawn. I think that I could pay $60. I think I could pay $60 American for that fight. Like a good 60 and feel fine about it. If they added like Elon, Mark Zuckerberg in like a submission grappling match as well, I could feel really good about that $60. You'd pirate it? I don't know. I'd want to be part of the conversation as it was happening. I'd want to be live tweeting it. So I would definitely want to buy it live. So I wouldn't be able to pirate it. Not a dime? Wow. Some of you are a little like skinflint. I don't think it'd make enough to pay back what Alex Jones owes, but it would probably make enough to pay him to allow Tim Pool to debate him. Maybe they should do like a chess boxing thing, but it's like debate MMA, like debate bare knuckle combat. Like they do a 5-minute round of debate and then a 5-minute round of bare knuckle combat. Buttermilk drink. Thank you for the $3 tip. It's awesome that Tim Pool gets his own Liver King. He should get roided up too. Like Alex Jones should like start roiding and Tim Pool should start roiding, and then like they should fight. Just two like huge walls of muscle slapping against each other like unskilled.
Come on. You, this old 50-year-old man, you can beat my ass so easy, son. Get in the ring with me, Pool. I challenge you, your place, your time, anywhere, anytime. Let's get in the ring right now. Let's get in the ring right now.
I will say, in fact, I think I admire Tim Pool for being one of the only content creators in that right-wing space who doesn't seem to be abusing TRT. If he is, he should get his money back. But every other right-wing content creator seems to be on a cocktail of Ozempic and TRT, and in the case of Joe Rogan, like DMT, where Tim Pool seems to just be like raw dogging reality. Maybe not for the best, but good on him.
Place, your time, anywhere, anytime. Let's get in the ring right now. Let's get in the ring right now. We can do it like Escape from New York. I'll even let you have a baseball bat. How about that, Tim?
Oh, crazy. Really?
We can do it in Thailand.
No
where
holds
Mortal
barred?
Kombat's legal. You can get in the ring with me in Thailand. Oh, it'll be worse for you that way. Let's give you a sword. Let's give you an axe. I'll get in the ring with you in Thailand. You can have a sword and an axe. Oh, I guarantee you lose that way. Because I don't even turn on my juice till I'm facing a real threat. How about we get in the ring in Thailand? You can have a 9mm handgun, huh? Because you're going to need it.
So funny. A sword and an axe.
Let's give you an axe. I'll get in the ring with you in Thailand. You can have a sword and an axe. Oh, I guarantee you lose that way. Because I don't even turn on my juice till I'm facing a real threat. How about we get in the ring in Thailand? You can have a 9mm handgun, huh? Because you're going to need it. You and your beanie. I want in the ring with you, Pool. Because if you want to bang heads with me, I can show you what it's like till you're bleeding.
Is he quoting Danzig? Wow. Alex Jones is a real content creator. This is a great tirade. I'll even give you a gun. You can even shoot me, Tim. If you want to bang heads with me, mother.
We can do it like Escape from New York. I'll even let you have a baseball bat. How about that, Tim? Tim, we can do it in Thailand where Mortal Kombat's legal. You can get in the ring with me in Thailand. Oh, it'll be worse for you that way. Let's give you a sword. Let's give you an axe. I'll get in the ring with you in Thailand. You can have a sword and an axe. Oh, I guarantee you lose that way. Because I don't even turn on my juice till I'm facing a real threat. How about we get in the ring in Thailand? You can have a 9mm handgun, huh? Because you're going to need it. You and your beanie. I want in the ring with you, Pool. Because if you want to bang heads with me, I can show you what it's like till you're bleeding. I want in the ring with you right now. Because you symbolize everything this country is under attack by, and all these smarmy little double-dealing rats. I want Tim Pool to be the champion of Netanyahu. You can wear your trunks, the Star of David right there. You can have rabbis there doing chants, burning incense, everything else. I want you in the ring with me, and you are going to be victorious.
Alex Jones is a poet. When he's on, he's on. You can remember why he got so big. Could you imagine if Tim Pool took off his hat and he had like Glenn Danzig's hair, and it was just like he was insecure about that this whole time?
Because you've got that magical beanie, the mothership yarmulke that gives the orders all out to all the other yarmulkes. But I won't wear Iranian pants for you. But other than that, I'm ready. So are you ready, Tim? Tim Pool has accepted my debate about $300,000. I think pay-per-view, Tim, we can raise $50 million if we have that fight. Will Tim Pool accept it? Because I swear to God, I will get in that ring with him. and we'll all see what a fake Alex Jones is. I mean, you imagine, Tim is going to beat my ass. It is going to be beautiful. It is going to be amazing. He'll be like Superman catch. Take that beanie off, just throw it at me. I'm done.
Like Odd Job?
Imagine. He is going to just dominate me with ninja force power. Trillions of horsepower of liberal needle dick chicken neck energy.
I'm honestly just waiting for this to turn sexual because I know Alex Jones is like really keen on that. So I'm definitely just waiting for this to like turn oddly sexual. I mean, it's already oddly sexual in delivery, but you know what I mean? Like more explicitly oddly sexual.
And Jones will be absolutely defeated. Notice he put that out in April. It came out months after the meeting. He's like, oh, I did meet with Netanyahu. Oh, I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. All right, I got to stop. This is out of control. We all know Tim Pool's not going to take the offer. You know he won't do it because he knows deep down inside this old man will send him to the promised land. Politically, not violently.
Well, I mean, what? You just threatened to fight him. In fact, you offered to let him shoot you. So really, he'd be silly to not allow it if it could be sanctioned because part of your offer was, I'll just let you shoot me.
When a crash and blow from her big right hand sent a Louisiana man to the promised land, Big John. From me to Jimmy Dean, buddy, I want to get in that ring with you, and I want to show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Tim, this is your moment of truth. Your testicles that never dropped can actually drop now. You can have testicles. You can be a real boy.
Oh,
you
man.
can get in the ring with Alex Jones and prove your power. In fact, you don't need a battle axe. You can have a skateboard try to beat me over the head with it. Actually,
Like Bart Simpson?
Because that's what you're going to find out, son. And so I'm waiting, Tim. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. I'm waiting for you. I need it. Look at that. Israel watching Tim Pool versus Alex Jones. Mark Mitchell, another great pollster, had a great point. But whatever you do, remember, yeah, Tim Pool's laughing. He's like, you don't have any money. Oh, I have all the shekels. Oh, I'm Judas Iscariot. I got 30 pieces of silver. You don't have it. I will get new hosts on top of Harrison. I mean, get rid of Harrison. I mean, more hosts. I will get more crew. I will do it all. Go to thealexshowstore.com. Thealexshowstore.com. We have the end of summer super sale right now. 50% off on ultramethylene blue. So much more. We have the great
make sure to chill out.
magnet holsters. We've got it all, but we need funds to fight a war. And I cannot do it without you. Tim Pool thinks we're weak. Tim Pool thinks we don't have the funds. He celebrates that, like when the FBI and CIA guy got caught undercover tape saying we cut off his legs, we took his money his way. That's what they hope, because they don't want to meet me on the field of intellectual battle. Support us at thealexshowstore.com. Thealexshowstore.com, the coordinates of resistance. Go there now. Go to 1776 rx.health.
Okay. That was actually quite enjoyable. I will say my favorite part was when he said that he's going to destroy him politically, not violently, although he explicitly challenged him to a bare knuckle fight in any state that would sanction it. And when he says sanction, I assume he not only means like bare knuckle fighting, but like a fight that doesn't involve any kind of stringent drug testing. Gosh, I just keep picturing the fight in my head. How can you not picture the fight in your head? And then Thailand, yeah. Also, everyone knows that like Israel didn't pay Tim Pool in shekels. They paid Tim Pool in those like gold foil chocolate coins you get on like Hanukkah when you spin the dreidel. But Tim Pool's so simple, he just thought it was real gold. Thank you, Brandon, for the good times. We are having good times. What else did I put in the title of this show? I just see Tim crying. Wet eye Tim Pool crying. Gosh, we're having a good time. Do you know what else I pulled for us today? A bunch of videos of Trump people like regretful of their vote. Do you want to watch those? It's not necessarily a great transition, although I guess Alex Jones is a Trump voter who's regretful of his vote. But I just have like a bunch of videos that I pulled because I know you like that kind of stuff because you're like perverts. And I'm nothing if not a hopefully thoughtful steward of your time. Hold on, I'm closing up these tabs. Oh yeah, I want to keep the Darlene Graham stuff open. You want to watch that? So I have a few of these. I forget what exactly the catalyst for me choosing these was. I think it's because they had a bunch of elections recently, including in Butler, Pennsylvania, where Trump was almost assassinated. I'm sorry, my fingers just do that when I say the phrase assassinated and Donald Trump in a sentence together. It's actually like a tick that I have. It's not something I'm doing on purpose. I'm not trying to imply anything, but he didn't do so well there. The Trump, brand, I should say. So there have been a few, I guess, of these as these primaries take place. As these primaries take place and Trump endorsed candidates don't do so well, there are a few of these videos out there, as well as just in general leading up to the midterm. So what do we have? What do we want to start with? How about we start with this older one? We can move forward in time. This one is actually from Channel 4 News. What do voters think of Trump ahead of midterm elections? What do you think they're going to think of Trump ahead of midterm elections?
Many would argue that Trump 2.0, this second term, has seen the president almost totally unleashed, whether on immigration or tariffs or the Iran war. And part of the reason for that is that since his comeback, Trump has had almost total control over the Republican Party, which holds power in both the Senate and House behind me. That is why people see the midterms as so critical, including Trump himself. In the last hour, he has actually urged people to get out and vote, saying those elections are critical, and no wonder he knows he could lose some of that power. So how are voters feeling? We've been working with Public First, a global research firm who have carried out a focus group in Georgia and a national poll exclusively for Channel 4 News. The poll shows people are worried about the economy and the cost of living. Not very many think that Trump has made America affordable again. But when people focus on his unpopularity, which is real, they miss what's going on beneath the surface. Get out of Washington, D.C., and you'll find he's extraordinarily popular with some voters. We certainly saw a lot of that in Georgia.
Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator.
Is he the most divisive president in U.S. history? When American voters were asked to score how well Donald Trump is doing out of 10.
Trump's approval now at the lowest level of his second term. Only
33% gave him 0. But for 12%, he is a 10 out of 10.
Approve 100%. 100%.
To delve deeper, we travelled to Savannah in Georgia, a critical swing state, a place where national elections are won and lost. Where pollsters, Public First, set up a focus group for Channel 4 News with a spread of that Trump love.
He's running this country like it's a company, a business, and I love that.
And hate.
The thing negative that I could say about him, I'm just trying to think, there's so many. I was like, which one do I pick?
So with midterms looming large, what will be on the mind of these voters when they enter the polling booth?
How would you describe the state of the country? What are the things that are going well? What are the things that are going badly?
Badly is immigration, for sure.
The economy.
Oh yeah, cost of living.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Housing alone is just ridiculous.
I would say gas prices.
Corruption in government seems to be an ongoing.
And for Andrew, that corruption comes from Donald Trump. But on this issue, the panel is split.
You'll notice that under your chairs you have a piece of paper. How would you rate Trump's performance since taking office?
The spread here is slightly more forgiving of the president than our national poll, but the divide still stark. A 0, 2 4s alongside 3 perfect 10s.
Okay, we've got a range of numbers here.
A judgment on which the room let rip.
Shameful, unqualified, disastrous. Somebody, if we have problems, is throwing gasoline on a fire to address them.
I mean, the guy has guts. People just don't like the way he says things, but somebody had to. They don't like it, but I don't care about that. I care about the results.
And it's not just what Trump says, it's what he posts. Endlessly on Truth Social, stretching from first thing in the morning long into the night.
He tweets more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. This man is 70 plus years old and he's tweeting all the time. I'm like, why are you tweeting? Stop tweeting like a petulant child.
He's intense, and he does a lot of stuff that upsets people, and I get it. But this man's 70, honey. If he wants to tweet, let him.
Actually, he's just turned 80, celebrating by staging a UFC fight on the White House lawn. But could the contrast between opulent scenes...
No, this video is not from before Iran. This video is just from like a month ago. This is only from 1 month ago. And so it includes the war in Iran. But we're getting a nice spectrum of views on Trump. I really think that the only two appropriate views on Trump are 0 and 10. I think that if you put 4, maybe you're trying too hard to seem like smart, because you don't want to go like, I mean, you're just taking the position like, well, no one's all bad, but Trump is actually terrible for like basically every sector in America. And so the 10s are just people who hate brown people, and that's their main issue. I hate brown people and I watch too much Fox News. The 0s are, a range of different opinions. The 4 are just like the average swing voter who like tries too hard to be performatively like open-minded about things.
like these and the reality of life for average Americans hurt his Republican Party in the midterms.
I work 2 jobs. I'm 39 years old. I think I'm a millennial. I'm probably going to be a forever renter. I feel sometimes there's just no way to get ahead, and I've always been a hard worker, just kind of put your head down and just grind it out. But I've been grinding it out now for 5 years.
I don't know many people that don't have 2 jobs. That's like the norm.
We catch up with Michael the next day as he heads from his IT job after 9 hours starting at 7 a.m. to a major retailer where he'll be collating online orders on his feet until 10:30 p.m.
Do you think Donald Trump understands what it's like for someone like you?
I don't think he could possibly understand what it's like to put in the amount of hours that I put in personally every day, to not see your wife and your daughter, certain days a week because you have to be gone to make a living.
Michael isn't on the breadline, but says these supermarket hours are needed to maintain a middle-class lifestyle for his family. Back in the room, where there is a security guard, a pedicab driver, a factory worker, and a veteran, affordability is the top issue and will dominate the midterms. But has Trump's war made things worse?
No one's mentioned the war in Iran. How much of an issue is that?
Well, the war in Iran is the reason the gas prices is high.
The war in Iran needed to happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building the bomb. It's not going to affect us here in the States because it doesn't have that big of a reach at this point. But it does affect everyone in Europe.
Sometimes we need to kind of stick to ourselves and not actually help everybody, because sometimes it causes more pressure on us over here.
Mr. President. On the question of Iran and so much else, Trump's talking points were certainly cutting through to his strongest supporters.
Waste, fraud, theft, and abuse. Numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security.
Look at fraud. Billions of dollars being thrown away.
Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash.
Obama dumped all that money in Iran. Pallets of money.
I look at London, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
And Trump is using Great Britain as an example. See what happens when your government is taken over from the inside.
Almost the entire panel raised concerns about immigration.
Immigration is a massive issue.
Immigration.
None of them were that across UK politics.
Okay, what about Trump's relationship with the UK? Have you seen much of that? Has anyone seen?
Yeah, don't worry. These are just average Americans. So that's why they are anti-immigration and they don't know anything about the rest of the world. Like, you got confident because some of them don't like Trump, but a lot of that is for like petty selfish reasons. Like, some people who say that are correct. Some people don't like Trump for petty selfish reasons. Some of those are way more justified than other ones because there's really no bad reason to like, well, I'm going to say there's no bad reason to dislike Trump, but some people might dislike him because he's not going hard enough on Iran. But these are still average Americans. And so they still believe a lot of the same talking points that are on both sides of the aisle about immigration. And, well, they don't know anything about the rest of the world, obviously.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Does anyone see curious anyone saw that Keir Starmer resigning?
I didn't see that
I
one.
saw it.
That's news to me, yeah.
That's news to anyone else?
Oh, let's be honest. No one cares about Keir
But they
Starmer,
were
though.
very engaged in what was happening at home, with a critical Senate race in Georgia this November pitting a Trump-endorsed Republican, Mike Collins, against Democrat John Ossoff, who some think might run for president. But what about those names more often talked about?
J.D. Vance. Would he make
Would
a good
you vote
president?
for him?
J.D. Vance.
I would vote for J.D.
I might. And just, yeah.
Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Okay. Hands up if you'd vote for him.
I'd give him a maybe, yeah.
I mean, what more can be said about JD Vance? Like, I told you, JD Vance is dead in the water. Like, even like the Trump loving veteran did not raise their hand for JD Vance. Like, JD Vance has no chance in hell. The people who are afraid of JD Vance are, I think, being silly. JD Vance is not competitive. Marco Rubio, because he looks like a politician, like Marco Rubio looks like a politician is supposed to look, but he's also kind of dead in the water after this whole debacle with Trump. So I wouldn't expect him to be able to go very far.
Some maybes here. All right.
So what do you do when a country is this divided?
Stephanie, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
The next day, we brought Trump-loving Stephanie
Bear with me on the turn.
and Trump-hating Andrew back together again. She tends to not talk politics with her Democratic voting daughter, he
Stephanie.
with his Republican voting dad, trying to avoid arguments like these.
When you look at Biden, your buddy Biden,
I wouldn't say he was my buddy. I voted for him out of necessity.
then he's your buddy.
Stephanie thinks the Democrats have gone woke.
LBGs and HYZs came along, and
Andrew, who grew up gay in the South, worries the clock is turning back.
And I'm seeing those rights come under, what progress we were able to make come under attack again.
Can you foresee a future where the division is less? Where you're not holding up a 10 and you're not holding up a 0?
I would like that.
well, the 10 was for Trump.
Yeah.
So there'll never be a president like him again in this world.
She may be right. There has never been a politician quite like Donald Trump, which is why in Georgia and across the country, how people feel about one man will likely define the way in which both Republicans and Democrats perform in midterm elections. It was so interesting to hear how those voters saw so much through the lens of Donald Trump. Not one of them raised a positive message about the Democratic Party. Michael, who did 2 jobs and will vote against Donald Trump, said he wasn't happy with the Democrats either. The Public First host did hold up pictures of California Governor Gavin Newsom and of Kamala Harris. The response was muted. One Democrat did get a reaction in both directions, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the left of the party, which speaks to the debate in the party right now.
Honestly, that sounds like a really good focus group to me, right? And I don't even mean that's a joke. That all sounds pretty much exactly what the average sub-slice or average slice of America, especially in that area, would know about the world and about politicians and feel about politicians. Very like, salt of the earth that focus group was. Good job with the sampling. Yeah, like no one likes the Dems because they're ineffective. And so when you think about like ways to solve your problem, the first thing that doesn't come to your mind is like voting Dem, but you do do it when you have to. Let's watch more of this. Let's see a little bit more of this. I started with the oldest one because this was a month ago. So people have had time to marinate in Donald Trump's juices, if you'll forgive me for demonetizing the stream by saying so. And so, yeah, let's start with this one. Midwestern voters air frustrations impacting the midterms. So obviously not the same people, but we can imagine. I yelled.
Welcome back. It's time to hit the road for day 4 of our Drive to Decision Day. Our colleague John Allen and his team reporting from 8 battleground House districts across 5 states this week, all of them along Interstate 80. They've already spoken to voters in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Today, John and company have made their way from the Buckeye State to the Hawkeye State. They're in Davenport, in Iowa's 1st congressional district. A district Republican, Marionette Miller Meeks, won by less than 1,000 votes in 2024. And John joins me now from Davenport, Iowa. John, thanks so much. This is such an exciting series that you have this week. Let's start off with Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks defeating Christina Bohannon by less than 1,000 votes in 2024. What are voters there saying about her chances in 26?
It's going to be a brawl right here on just the west side of the Mississippi River. Even some of Marionette Miller Meeks' supporters, including one woman we spoke to at length today, say that they're worried she might lose this race. As you said, less than 1,000 votes last time, rematch against Christina Bohannon. So one of the real tough races for an incumbent.
So, yeah, indeed, Miller Meeks defeated a MAGA challenger in her primary. What does that tell you about President Trump's popularity? What are folks saying to you there, John?
Yeah, it's really interesting, Kristen. Miller Meeks defeated a MAGA challenger, but she did it with Trump's endorsement, so it's a little hard to tell just from that. One of the reasons we wanted to talk to voters here, Republican voters here in particular, and here's what one of them, Darcy Lilliquist, had to say to us. So, if you could say something to President Trump, what would it be?
Get a more of a reality of what people are living like. You know, go live with a senior citizen living on $1,500 a month in Social Security. See how we have to live.
So you're feeling it. I mean, you're really feeling it.
Yeah.
And Darcy is somebody who voted for President Trump 3 times. She feels like he's not feeling her pain, not understanding what's going on in her life and the lives of people around her who are struggling with the economy right now.
Well, it's always so revealing to actually hear from the voters, John. There's nothing that puts you more in the mind of what's actually happening in these midterms. You were in Toledo, Ohio yesterday, and a district Republicans are hoping to flip in November. And I know you spoke to a barber about what he thinks will happen in November. What did he tell you, John?
Yeah, Kristen, you know, talking to voters is one of the great things. Also talking to barbers because they talk to so many other people. This was Stephen Anderson. He talks to politicians. He talks to folks with a lot of money, folks with very little money. And here's what he said about where he thinks the politics are going based on his conversations with people he's known for a long time, both Republicans, Democrats, independents, rural, urban, et cetera. Here's what Stephen had to say.
I think, you know, talking to my clients, I think there's going to be a little bit of a blue wave. I just think people are fed up with a war they didn't want. That's on a lot of people's minds. You know, what are we doing over there? And then there's also the issue of tariffs. People are bothered that, you know, we're paying the tariffs. It goes back on the consumer. Prices go up. That's hard. You know, these clippers have doubled in price. All of my supplies have gone up. Everything has gone up. Utilities, rent. I think they may. I really do. I think a lot of people, just like in the last election, you saw a lot of Democrats vote Republican. I think it may flip a little bit back this time. That's the sense I'm getting. Just because people are stretched in income, people are stretched in expenses. It's just really hard. You know, you got mom and dad both working with 3 kids and you can't make it.
And Toledo's so interesting, Christian, because it's one of the few Republican pickup opportunities. Representative Marcy Kaptur's been there since the early 1980s, a Democrat. But you hear Anderson there in Toledo saying he thinks that there may be a bit of a blue wave this year.
It's just fascinating to hear from him, John, and you're right. He clearly has his finger on the pulse of his community there. Look, you have been on the road now for 4 days, bringing us incredible stuff. What have you noticed overall, John? Any trends that you're starting to really pick up on?
Yeah, there are a couple of important trends that we're picking up here. Me and the guys with me, Frank and Marshall. I would say the big one right now is that there is real frustration with the president, and particularly among Republicans who aren't the hardest core MAGA voters, and among independents who said, over and over again to us that the president promised that he was going to stop inflation immediately. That hasn't happened. The president said he wasn't going to start any new wars, bragged about his first term not starting new wars, and now they see an Iran war that is bringing.
That's the Ohio way. Sometimes you're just driving, you gotta like blast a cigar.
Gas prices up.
Toledo.
That just comes out every day in nearly every conversation we have with anybody who is not the most loyal Trump voter.
Well, it's just fascinating stuff, John Allen. I know you've been busy, and it continues. Tomorrow you're going to join us.
Which just isn't a lot of people, right? That's what the Republican Party, that's what Fox News and a lot of Trump supporting media wants you to forget. That the vast majority of people who voted for Trump are not like MAGA sycophants. Now, some of them might just be belligerent racists who like how Trump is treating certain types of brown people. But even when you include, I think, that group of Americans, there just aren't so many of them to counteract what Trump is doing in other parts of their lives. Like way more people voted for Trump because they thought that he was going to bring down the cost of living and maybe hurt the minority group that they like a little, right? In a way that doesn't actually impact them in some kind of emotional or moral way. And I mean, the person who is watching them get hurt, not the way that he's doing it, right? Because a lot of people imagine that there are ways to execute this kind of ethnic cleansing of minorities from America without there being any violence. There's a way to like do the kinds of things Republican Party says they want to do without hurting people. And Trump and Doge and all of his actions so far have really disabused, for the moment, some people of that notion. Now, will those people be able to keep that lesson in their head forever? No, of course not. But for the time being, it's going to be really hard to get them on board for the midterm project in a lot of places. Now, they will be looped back in for the next project, but a lot of that is just because we only have two parties. And so, after the Democratic Party, assuming this happens, but I will assume it happens, after they disappoint them, what other choice will people have, right? To accept that Trump was so bad last time that the Republican Party is never going to improve and therefore you only really have one choice to vote for? That's not a fair country, right? The Democratic Party pretends like that's a thing that you can kind of have, but it's not really, right? A country where one party is a literal terrorist party, Republican Party, and the other party is the only viable party because they're not a terrorist party, is not a real like political democracy, obviously, in any like desirable way. But that is like the implicit value of the Democratic Party now, even though they pretend like they want a good, decent Republican Party. They don't really want that because the further right they move, the further right Democrats are allowed to move and still seem pretty like left. And so they're way more concerned about being pulled to the left by their insurgency of Democratic Party DSA members, as opposed to like being pulled further to the right by like a further fascizing, a further, I don't even know what you call it, Republican Party that's becoming more fascist day by day. And so like there just really isn't a good counterbalance to the Republican Party right now. The fascist ratchet effect. That's a way better way of saying it. Radicalizing. I mean, the Republican Party isn't radicalizing. It's just actually becoming, more what it wants to be because it's being unfiltered, because there is no counterbalance on the Democratic Party side to actively pull them to the left. And so it's just becoming more acceptable for their base urges to be, exercised, right? But let's do one out of Pennsylvania. A lot of Midwest stories. They're not even feeling him in Butler. A lot of this is the war stuff and the cost of living. The cost of living rising as a result of the war, which is very visible, right? Like Trump is very visibly doing things that are making the cost of living rise.
Welcome back. It's time to hit the road. We are less than 3 months from Election Day, and NBC's John Allen and his crew have embarked on an old-fashioned summer road trip, talking to voters in battleground congressional districts that could very well determine which party controls the House. The drive to Decision Day started with John and his crew heading from Washington to New Jersey's 7th congressional district. Pennsylvania's 7th and 8th districts were up next. Then they head further west, first to Strongsville, Ohio, and Ohio's 7th district, before heading to Toledo in Ohio's 9th district. Then they keep going to Iowa, hitting Davenport and Des Moines, before wrapping up this drive to the midterms in Omaha. In all, that's 8 House races in 5 states in less than a week. We're going to be checking in with John from the road all week, starting now. John Allen joins us from Hazleton, Pennsylvania, part of the 8th Congressional District. John, hope you enjoyed that graphic for you. What are voters in the 8th telling you about that competitive House race there?
That's a great graphic, Garrett. We're excited to be here in Hazleton, actually at a tire shop because we got a nail in the right front tire, so we're going to be fixing that. But before that, we talked to some voters here. Hazleton's really interesting. It is in this super competitive congressional district. It is both majority Hispanic and majority Republican. It went pretty hard for President Trump in the last election, about 60-40. But what we're hearing here is that some of the Latino voters in this community are not pleased with what the president has done so far. Particularly, they're upset with the ICE raids and the interior enforcement. And while Hazleton's the 3rd largest community in the 8th district, it could be an important one in terms of both turnout of voters and a little bit of a shift potentially toward the Democrat. The Democratic nominee here is Paige Cognetti. She's the mayor of Scranton, which is pretty good distance from Hazleton, but that's the biggest population center in the district. The incumbent Congressman Rob Bresnahan has gotten support from the president. I was here with President Trump late last year, I think in December, when he spoke about the economy here, and Bresnahan got a shout out from the president.
I think we were at that event together, actually. You spent much of the day in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district on your way in, which Donald Trump won by more than 3 points in 2024. What do voters there think of the president now?
And look, there's a great mix. We were in Nazareth today, but for folks at home, this is basically the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. It includes Allentown and Bethlehem, the congressional district. In terms of what voters are saying, there's some Republican pro-Trump disappointment in the president. I think you got a clip here that we can listen to.
I agree with going in if there was a plan of how to get out. This has drug on too long. He doesn't have a plan. He does not have a plan. He can sit there and tell us he has a plan. He can tell us I don't know how many times I've heard we're going to bomb the heck out of him. That's not what we want to do as America. We don't want to destroy civilians and other people. So what was the plan? And him and his, all his staff that made these decisions did not know that they would use the strait as leverage against the rest of the world. So here we are again, can't afford the medical, and now we can't afford gasoline. And he wants to say it's temporarily. How long is that?
And of course, that was specific to Iran there, Garrett. Same voter upset about the economy and some of the other issues that a lot of voters across the country are upset about. The question is that going to keep Republicans home, or is it going to switch some of them to Democrats in the midterms?
And you started today in New Jersey, in Republican Tom Kaine's district. If folks remember, this is the congressman who had disappeared for a while for medical treatment. What are voters you spoke to there saying about the president and this race?
Yeah, again, a big mix of feelings on the president. But, folks in New Jersey have a way of saying things, and we got a little bit of New Jersey English on some of their ideas. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
A lot of times he just needs to shut up.
That is his problem.
He just needs to shut up. We know you're right, heart's in the right place, but Russell's right. You got to lead from the top, from a higher standard.
I would say eyes and get out of here. Yeah, and treat your people with respect because we're all human beings out there, like everybody. So
good for her.
Everybody should deserve the dignity of a right life.
If you could say something to President Trump, if you had an opportunity to talk to him and say something to him, what would it be?
I love you, brother.
And Garrett, those are folks answering a question.
Gosh, the first thing that comes to mind is that eye patch is from like a lobotomy he just got. That's why he still loves President Trump. But I don't want to be rude. It might be, though.
And Garrett, those are folks answering a question we're going to be asking pretty much everybody we talk to, the sort of letters for Trump from this road trip. What would you say to the president if you had an opportunity to do that?
It sure is a shame none of those people would tell you what they really think. Well, talk to me about Tom Kaine. He faced scrutiny, obviously, for his absence from Capitol Hill as he was dealing with clinical depression. How has that showed up in this race? Is that a concern of voters in that district?
Yeah, there are a couple of layers here, Garrett. When we talk
Yeah, he disappeared for a long time. I don't care about his disappearance other than it was unacceptable to. I don't know about the whole like clinical depression excuse. Like, and by that I mean I don't know if I like believe that was what happened to him or if it was something like rehab. But I'm not too familiar with the case. I just know what I heard on Breaking Points. Stop that keyboard clank clank, please. That's not me, that's them. They have very poor discipline on shows like this. I wasn't typing anything. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Ooh. So, speaking of people being dissatisfied with the Iran war, I know we've been talking a lot about the situation on the USS Lincoln, and we could continue talking about it today if you'd like, because there's more information coming out about how, of course, we're being fed misinformation by the Trump administration about the conditions on these ships. But you don't need me to tell you that, or the continued coverage to have your brain tell you that. But they are, I suppose, a little bit worried about the reenlistment issue, right? Because they're going to need more people to die for Trump and to die for Netanyahu and Israel and the U.S. military-industrial complex in Iran. And so they have a new strategy for how to get people to re-enlist in the army. I don't know if you've seen this. It's like one of the most shameless things I've ever seen. I have no context for whether or not this is a new thing that has never happened before, but hopefully the video will provide a little bit more context on that. So, yeah. Where is it? Super crazy. Oh, yeah. Army unit offers 4-day passes to play Grand Theft Auto 6 to encourage re-enlistments. Olawamp, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I sent the super a couple months ago about how to eat to gain muscle. Been following your advice, and I've gained a lot of muscle weight this summer. Thanks, B. Oh, well, you're welcome. I don't remember specifically you sending that, but people ask me about stuff like that all the time. So I'm glad that my support was able to help you. Pay it forward. Have you guys heard of this? Army unit offers 4-day passes for the Grand Theft Auto 6. Dying to play GTA 6, yeah.
A U.S. Army unit based in Georgia is hoping an offer for time off to play a video game will incentivize active duty soldiers to extend their service to their country. 130 members of the 9th Brigade Engineering Battalion stationed at Fort Stewart in Georgia are being offered a 4-day pass to play the highly anticipated Grand Theft Auto 6 when it's released in November. A copy of the game not included. In exchange, the soldiers have to re-enlist for at least 2 years and up to 6. For more on this, I wanted to bring in CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson.
What? They don't even include the game? That's crazy. You just get a 4-day pass to play it, and then you got to re-enlist for at least 2 years. Why would you make that deal? That doesn't make any sense, right? I guess unless you were going to re-enlist already, like, that's not even enough time to beat the game. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be huge. You would only have like a few days to play it. You barely get stuck in at all before you'd have to go back and be part of the war machine in Iran. Crazy stuff. JHLFC, thank you for the $10 super chat. Scranton is in a swing county, 90% ethnic Catholic whites. Class reductionist politics does not matter here. It is 100% about identity politics, and the left needs to pit them against evangelicals. Like the Pete Hexits, a little bit of like inter-Christian violence. When was the last time that was a big popular thing? Well, I mean, certainly it's never stopped being a big popular thing in some places, but you know what I mean, in America. Well, I guess I did watch that movie about Ann Lee, the head of the Shaking Quakers, and they whipped her ass for being like, too based. And so at least a few hundred years ago.
And so we know incentive programs are nothing new. Thousands of service members have gotten everything from free college tuition to choice assignments. 4 days to play video games. What's the strategy here?
They're really cheaping out.
Well, Lindsay, we're told that this was an idea thought up by the unit's career counselor after talking with the commanders about different ways to incentivize the soldiers and based on the soldiers' own interest. It was thought that this Grand Theft Auto game, which is highly anticipated, would offer some incentive for soldiers to re-enlist. And already 20 out of the 130 eligible have signed on with this incentive bonus. It does kind of serve as a reminder that much of the military is young men and women. We often see generals and admirals on TV and on Capitol Hill here in D.C., but much of the military is made up of young people. This game.
I think that she wants to say stupid. Do you think that she wants to say stupid? Because the look on her face when she says it makes me think that she wants to say stupid.
But much of the military is made up of young people. This game, I'm not
right
a
there.
Gamer. I wouldn't
right there.
myself
She's
as
not a gamer
but I'm
either.
told based
No,
on-
yeah, it's dumb as hell. I was gonna say, like, you think she's a gamer? And, like, no, she probably has disdain for games too. Like, very funny.
Much of the military is made up of young people. This game, I'm not a gamer. I wouldn't classify myself as a gamer, but I'm told based on talking to folks today that this is highly anticipated. This version, especially since the last version of Grand Theft Auto was released over 10 years ago.
So do we see this?
Yeah, she didn't even know about GTA. Oh man, yeah, she's like, this is stupid.
This program right now,
I'm gonna back up. She was asking about whether soldier retention is an issue. That's so funny. Yeah, she's like, this is stupid as hell. Synthos187, thank you for the 142 bits. Reminds me of recruitment ads we got back in the day for drone operators. You can pilot with a PS4 controller, sick stuff. Yeah. Remember when the Army made that video game? I think I downloaded it illegally back in the day for my computer to see how good it was. It like never ran well. I forget what it was called too. It was like a Counter-Strike clone.
I wouldn't classify myself as a gamer, but I'm told based on talking to folks today that this is highly anticipated. This version, especially since the last version of Grand Theft Auto was released over 10 years ago.
So do we see this expanding? And is soldier retention an issue right now?
This program right now, we're told, is just for the battalion down at Fort Stewart, but commanders are given kind of leeway to come up with different incentives for re-enlisting their soldiers. Right now, the 3rd Infantry Division, which this battalion is part of, has led re-enlistment efforts in previous years, so they are not saying retention's an issue, but they have done different unique incentive programs for re-enlistment, such as re-enlisting with the Atlanta Falcons, re-enlisting on a helicopter or on a tank, re-enlisting on the beach, all to get some unique creativity in this commitment that soldiers are re-upping.
Eleanor Watson, thanks.
Wow. Such an interesting idea. Such an interesting idea. How do you guys feel about that? Recruiters are shady as hell. Well, I mean, they're not lying to him about getting 4 days off, you think? This is like when you buy someone a holiday gift that you know they will buy themselves eventually anyway. I'm going to enlist just so you can get 4 days off to play Grand Theft Auto 6 that they're not going to even buy for you. By comparison, the IDF-GF strategy seems genius. Well, they're using more of our money to pay for like ways to get their soldiers happy. Gosh, we are really trucking along. What a great audience, too. Such a big size. It's because you guys really enjoyed that Alex Jones Tim Pool video. Maybe we should watch the follow-up tomorrow, see what Tim has to say about it. I don't feel like listening to the soldiers and sailors or whatever on the USS Lincoln complain today. Maybe we'll do something else. You know what? Actually, it's been a while since we've checked in with Donald Trump's approval ratings, and we did just do that voter follow-up. So why don't we check in with one of our favorite data people and Dr. Pepper enthusiasts, Harry Emden? Emden? What is his name again? Well, we'll find out. Trump's record disapproval
How do people feel about the political parties?
We hate everybody. You know, one of the things we talk about, oh, President Trump's approval rating is so low. And then we say, you know what? Hey, maybe that's counteracted by the Democratic Party's brand, which is also in the toilet. Well, you know what's also in the toilet? Besides that, it's the Republican brand. I mean, look at these numbers. Party's net favorability on average. The Democrats are 19 points underwater, barely beating the Republicans, who are 20 points underwater, way down there swimming with the fishes. It's a race to the bottom.
And this is actually a very common thing to happen when companies have monopolies, or like oligopolies, I guess, in a particular industry. When people only have a few choices, the company, despite what you might believe because of like the lies of capitalism, and yes, I'm calling our political parties companies because you can also see this exact kind of phenomenon in like the airline industry and in certain like private utilities in areas where they're only like one of a few choices or even just one choice. Their approval rating, their net promoter scores, they're always in the negatives because people just don't have any real options. And so the Democratic Party and Republican Party's brands being in the toilet only really mean anything in like comparison to each other. Like, and so this can keep going lower as long as the other person, you know, is, well, there's only one person to compare you to, as long as it's like a race to the bottom and it's not just like one party just plummeting for so long that they can never recover, which is just not like a feature of our system, given the way we like talk about like the two parties both being viable.
Underwater, way down there swimming with the fishes. It's a race to the bottom. And at this particular point, Republicans are winning this race that you don't want to win, but both of these parties are despised.
So there are clearly people who don't like both parties or either party. We call these people double haters.
Yes.
This is a very important voting group.
That's
if
me.
You are a double
Dual
hater,
PhD.
If you're a double hater, this is what we were talking about, right? You know, you go back to 2016.
That's me. I got a dual PhD in haterology and haterography.
Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump wildly disliked, but Donald Trump won that election because he won the plurality of voters who said they didn't like either candidate. That is the key block this year, the voters who don't like Republicans or Democrats. And who are they going for? This is why the Democratic Party has the race has the edge for the race for the House of Representatives. Choice for House, dislike both parties. Look at this. Democrats at 49%, Republicans at 26%. So Democrats have a very large advantage among those who dislike both parties. And this is what is allowing them to get out into that lead on the generic congressional ballot. It is the reason.
Yeah, and it's this population that are going to go back and forth every election, especially as neither party actually feels motivated to help people. Like the double hater phenomenon in our like lesser evil politics is also what causes the like heavy pivots back and forth, because you hate both parties, right? Like you don't feel any affection. It's not the people who feel so much affection that are switching. It's the people who hate both parties and are open to just trying anything different after like the party they voted for last time lets them down. Doot_doot. Thank you for the 501 super chat. Thanks, B. Now, when I see CNN, I have a Pavlovian response and open a Dr. Pepper. That was great. I really enjoyed that part. You know, it's way better than the Kalshi ad breaks.
Is what is allowing them to get out into that lead on the generic congressional ballot. It is the reason why they are favorites to take back the U.S. House of Representatives this fall, is because amongst those who dislike both parties, a group that Republicans have won in the years that they have done well, a group that Democrats have won in the years that they have done well, Democrats have a very clear double-digit over 20-point advantage.
And this is the number we're going to keep our eye on through November here, the double haters here. This is a big lead. If the lead stays this big, that could tell us where things are headed in November. One of the issues people care about the most, if not the issue, is affordability, right? And you get the sense that voters don't like either party on that, but...
Yeah, and we're going to have a little fun here because I'm not quite sure if I did this right. No, I did this right. I got the right side in there. I was a little bit worried there. But here we go. Effects of parties' policies on the cost of living. What is driving this number? Look, Democrats are not particularly liked. Just 36% say that they help on the cost of living compared to actually the plurality, 38% who say hurt. But look at this Republican number. They are hated even more. 55% on the key issue of the day say that their policies actually have hurt you on the cost of living, no wonder Democrats are ahead at this point.
This is a roadmap for the type of language you can expect Democrats to use heading into November. Gas prices, of course, have been a big deal. Right now, what are the prediction markets saying about where they might be headed?
Yeah, this is the cost of living, right? Hello, chance that the gas prices on Election Day are above $3.50 per gallon. Look at this, 81% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market. That number up like a rocket. This is why Republicans or Americans think that Republicans hurt them on the cost of living. This number.
No, stop it. Not Kalshi every time. Although, when it comes to gas prices, it is worth noting that the diesel price is headed towards its record high. I think it's at, $5.41, 42 cents average as of yesterday. And the record high is just like $5.80. So we're absolutely going to hit that, basically irrespective of what Trump does next. But he definitely won't do anything to get us off the path of hitting those numbers.
Stats that I think we, Johnny B and I and you have spoken about, and you can see it right here. I mean, life opportunities versus your parents' generation, worse or better? You go back to 2000. I mean, look at that. 72% said better opportunities versus just 5% who said worse. You go back 10 years ago, better was still ahead of worse, but the numbers get a little bit worse. 44% said better, 25% said worse. Look now at worse, though. The plurality, 45% say the life opportunities versus the parents' generation is in fact worse compared to just 33% who say better. So since the beginning of the 2000s, we've seen nearly a 40% drop in the better percentage and a 40% rise in the worst percentage. This, to me, more than anything else, tells us about our politics and why we keep seeing this turnover in Washington.
Yeah, getting from here to here, I got to say, is just an extraordinary thing.
Yeah.
Young people, and I got a couple who are in this age range, 18 to 29, what do they see in terms of their opportunities?
Yeah, okay, so what is really driving this percentage, this 40-point rise?
Honestly, it would be nice if it were only 18 to 29-year-olds who don't see any opportunities for their futures. But I guarantee you that you could jump that number all the way up to 45, probably 50, especially since people live a lot longer now. Look at Mitch McConnell. He may or may not still be alive. Look at Donald Trump. And, you might say they have the best health care, but Donald Trump is pretty unhealthy. And so a lot of people who still have decades left of their life are not just thinking about like their future, like in the, they are thinking about their future, but with the caveat that like, will they be able to retire in a lot more like of and a lot more soon, right? Then they're thinking about that a lot more soon than, let's say, people who are younger. But plenty of people don't have like hope for their future. They might just be in different stages of their life. Because boomers are like old now, right? And obviously all of the wealth in the boomer class is not evenly distributed. But like, boomers are old. Like if you're a late Gen X, you had noticeably less opportunities than people who were born in your generation, but earlier, for sure.
How about those under the age of 30? Those, of course, who are just starting off in their lives, starting off in their professional opportunities. Look at these numbers. Life opportunities versus the parents' generation. Age 18 to 29 who say worse. Look at this. It was just 2% in 2000. Then it was 23% in 2016.
Oh, my God.
Now, oh, my God. That is what Johnny B is saying on the side of the screen there. The majority, 54%, say, in fact, their life opportunities versus their parents' generation is worse. That is an over 50-point climb in the last 26 years since the beginning of this century. This, more than anything else, tells us so much about our politics right now.
This is bleak.
It's
this
very
is just
bleak.
Incredibly bleak. How about shifts among this?
Damn, this news section is very depressing. Let's hear about Donald Trump, though.
And their opinions toward President Trump.
Yeah, I think, we've seen just all this turnover, right? President Trump put up this historically strong performance among those under the age of 30. But now, as he hasn't been able to deliver in their eyes, look at this. Under the age of 30, Trump net approval. It was plus 10 points at the beginning of his presidency, and now way down there, minus 30 points. And Johnny B., if you're looking at some districts where you may, in fact, see the implications of this, go to Texas, one of the youngest states in the nation. Go to a district that is very young, well less than median age than what we see nationwide. Chance to win in Texas 15. This is a plus 18 Trump district. Look at this. It's basically a dead even race right now, according to the Kalshi prediction markets. 52% chance for the Democrat.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it. He just like weaves in Kalshi stuff. We're going to turn off from CNN. They need to stop doing that. It's really delegitimizing. Yeah, babies are all 40 now. Yeah, Trump's record disapproval. And I don't know. I don't think he pulls out, right? Because the question becomes like, what does he do to pull out of this mess? And everyone, well, not everyone, some people seem to still be banking on his ability to do that. But I don't even think that it's possible at this point. He's emboldened Trump so much. I mean, he's emboldened Trump so much. Yeah, that's definitely true. He's emboldened Iran so much with his like failures that they basically run the, escalation ladder now in that particular region, because Trump doesn't have like a coherent strategy for getting us out of the war, getting his goals met, anything. And so he might just be slowly waiting for the United States and like the global economy to go off a cliff now. Because for a while we were thinking about, okay, when does he surrender in order to prevent the global economy from collapsing? And now that it's already gotten to that point where the global economy is basically guaranteed to take a sharp downturn, if not collapse, right, as a result of his actions, maybe he's just thinking to himself, well, you know what, maybe I don't ever surrender. Maybe I just let the economy go over over a cliff that is extended. The fall is extended by nature of the fact that we exist in this kind of on again, off again war with Iran that maybe never escalates, maybe does escalate. But that's better than admitting that I failed. It's better for the global economy to, collapse and me to never admit that I fail than for it to collapse and the collapse last less long, but for me to have to admit that I failed. He'd rather everyone suffer, yeah. Because he's just going to retreat into his safe space where he only talks to Kim Jong-un and Putin and like his biggest sycophants among the new right-wing leaders of South America, and just argues about his ballroom. He can just retreat into his own brain for most of the day. Very interesting. His madness is going to sink the country. Oh, yeah. Let's check out this reality TV show that Sean Duffy's doing. I wonder how much of this we can watch without taking the stream down. So Sean Duffy is the transportation secretary, the one who you sometimes see when all of the jets crash in America, or when like the DHS is not being funded because the government is shut down and the lines at the airport are like 4 hours long. He's doing a new like road trip propaganda show to show that America's, I guess, doing fine. Let's hear about it from Jen Psaki. Helga G. Psaki.
Exciting news, everyone. Just when you were looking for a brand new show to binge during the hot days of August, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's reality show is finally out. Now, you may remember back in May, and we talked about this at the time, Duffy and his wife, Fox News anchor Rachel Campos Duffy, announced the show with great fanfare on Fox News. The premise of the show was that the Duffys, along with their 9 children, took a massive road trip all across the country, supposedly to encourage Americans to take road trips of their own.
You could go for... I bet this hit different before the gas price got to be over $4 a gallon. I will say this sounds like a terrible show, but it would be a lot funnier if the president was with them. Like if it were the Duffys, their 9 children, I can only assume they have like 3 very large, poorly behaved dogs of one breed or another, likely golden retriever, and also Donald Trump in the car. I would recommend you not have him with your kids, but I don't know where else he would be, maybe on top of the vehicle. And that would be a show worth watching. It'd almost be like a movie.
For 2 hours, you could drive for 2 days, you could do a day trip. It fits any budget to do a road trip.
Does it now? Needless to say, the reality show got a lot of backlash. A lot of Americans were actually pretty mad about the price of gas and about the Trump administration's role in making road trips a whole lot less affordable. There's also the issue of how a cabinet secretary found the time to film an entire reality show. And yes, we're showing you clips of it as we talk about it here, just to give you a sense. I mean, do you remember how mad Sean Duffy was at Biden's transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, for taking a singular vacation and going on paternity leave when his twins were born?
What's striking is how often this happens. There's a crisis, and Pete Buttigieg decides to ignore it. Mayor Pete went on vacation in Portugal just a couple weeks ago as rail workers prepared to strike. He was on paternity leave as dozens of container ships couldn't enter the country a year ago.
Now remind me, when Pete Buttigieg was transportation secretary, did we have the longest TSA shutdown in American history with the longest TSA wait times in American history? Nope, we did not. That 75-day shutdown was while Sean Duffy was the transportation secretary. And while Duffy claims he only took a few days here or there over the course of 7 months to film this series, some of those days were notably during that shutdown. Now, in response to the backlash he got about this show, Duffy called his critics anti-road trip, saying that, quote, the radical, miserable left hated the show because, quote, it's too wholesome, it's too patriotic, and too joyful. I hate to break it to you, Mr. Secretary, but the problem here wasn't too much joy. I mean, beyond the rising cost of gas and the time Duffy took to film the series, the big problem with Sean Duffy's reality show is who paid for it. The series shows Sean Duffy's 11-person family not just road tripping around the country, not just driving nice cars and staying in nice hotels and eating out constantly, but doing lots of fun, expensive-looking things like snowmobiling and going down the water slide on a docked cruise ship, which I should note is not something one typically does on an affordable road trip or a road trip of any kind. So who paid for it all? In response to the backlash about the finances of the project, Duffy declared that not a taxpayer dime was spent on any of it, and that no one in his family was paid for their participation in the show. The Department of Transportation told MS Now that career ethics officials reviewed and approved Duffy's participation in and travel for the series. The department also told MS Now that all production costs for this trip were paid for by a nonprofit called the Great American Road Trip, which just so happens to be sponsored by a bunch of companies in the transportation industry. Companies, I will note, that Sean Duffy, as the transportation secretary, has a whole lot of power over. The Wall Street Journal reports that companies like Boeing and Toyota donated $1 million each. And when you watch the show, that is pretty obvious. Almost every car the Duffy family drives is a Toyota, and the Toyota logo is often prominently displayed in the shot. The Duffy family also takes a tour of a Boeing cargo plane at a Boeing plant in South Carolina, which, like going down the water slide on a dock cruise ship, is not what one typically does on a road trip.
What's up, Team Boeing?
Hey, welcome.
How are you guys doing? Good to see you, Jeff.
We're doing great. Pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's impressive. I've seen the little airplanes.
Going to the Ghoul factory to see how they make weapons to kill people, and also planes that sometimes kill people. I don't know. Jim Psaki's show is kind of bad, so I think I'm going to just turn it off. This show also looks kind of bad, so, you know, it is what it is. Ooh, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Yeah, let's do the Darlene Graham thing, because I promised to show you this, and I don't know if you saw this from yesterday. Well, it was the day before yesterday where they had the debate of the runoff candidates for Lindsey Graham's the late Lindsey Graham's seat, open Senate seat, between Darlene Graham and the person running against Darlene Graham, whose name I don't know, just another Republican, let's be honest. And it had this little moment. I guess I'll just turn over to the NBC News clip that's talking about it. I have it pulled up somewhere else, but who cares? Ralph Norman, there it is.
Welcome back. In the midst of last night's primaries, there was a really stunning moment in a debate ahead of next week's runoff in South Carolina's special Senate primary. Senator Darlene Graham gave this answer when asked if Taiwan and the South China Sea are national security issues for the U.S. Take a look.
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years, so I will do everything I can to support the military.
What's the China?
My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Foreign policy and national security were, of course, two vital issues that Senator Graham's late brother.
She's going to win by double digits now.
Darlene Graham faces Congressman Ralph Norman in a primary runoff next Tuesday for Lindsey Graham's Senate seat. For more, I'm joined by the panel, Shelby Talcott, White House correspondent for Semaphore, Steve Ricchetti, former advisor to President Biden and now an Meet the Press contributor, and Ashley Davis, former White House official during the George W. Bush administration and a founding partner of West Front Strategies. Thanks to all of you for being here. I really appreciate it. So, Shelby.
What's she running for? She's running for Senate for her late departed brother's empty seat. And Donald Trump has endorsed her for that seat because he loved Lindsey Graham and Lindsey Graham loved her. And Donald Trump also doesn't really know anything about foreign policy, as you can tell from everything that's happened in both his first and second term. And so it's a match made in heaven. What didn't you understand? She's going to be in the Senate and she's never heard of no China.
What do you make of that moment on the debate stage in South Carolina? We know that these moments can sometimes be significant and sway voters. But voters' top issue is the economy. Do you think this is going to have a monumental impact?
I still think it matters because one of the big questions that voters have about Darlene Graham is she experienced enough for a senator's job? And yes, I do think that the economy is top of mind. I think cost of living is top of mind. But as a senator, you need to be able to answer these questions. And this was the exact concern that I think a lot of Republicans had when they heard that she was interested in getting into the race. And I know that plenty of Republicans texted me after, jaws on the floor, that she would give that answer, because it is just something that if you are running for office, you should have an answer to. And the fact that she didn't, I think, is going to give a lot of voters who weren't sure about her already some pause.
Ashley, is that how you see it? I'm sure you got some interesting texts as well after that debate.
Yes. Well, first of all, I don't know how many people were watching the debate, but it is being definitely covered today. I also don't know how many
Yeah, probably not that many because they also don't pay attention to politics because she was one of them before, right? So they're only going to hear about it through the grapevine because, like her, they don't pay attention to politics. That's what's going to make her win. She already won the initial primary.
It is being definitely covered today. I also don't know how many South Carolinians really care about Taiwan right now, but I do agree
exactly.
with you.
There it is, right there. There it is.
To lose.
You do.
I do. Obviously, there's not any new polling out or anything like that in the elections next week. But here's the question:
this lady's
do people actually appreciate the fact that she didn't try to lie about it? Like she just was like, I support the military.
I'm going to give you an honest answer.
And I'm going to give you an honest answer. And if you're sitting at home thinking, you know what, I'm going to fight for her, the president, South Carolina, the president is still very popular. And he's going to come campaign for her, I'm assuming, or do something for her.
There's already an event scheduled.
Yes. So I think that, I don't know, I think it's hers to lose.
Steve Ricchetti, if you were advising her, sure. How nervous would you be today? Again, Ashley makes the important point. President Trump is still going to campaign with her, and she posted, "I'm the only candidate being supported by President Trump." I mean, that goes some distance in South Carolina, maybe not all the way.
South Carolina and amongst Republican voters. It's interesting, those national security issues actually intersect directly with the cost of goods, the price of things, enormous effects on the economy. A national security question, encompasses Iran. It encompasses Putin's invasion of Ukraine. I can tell you it had an effect on gas prices in 22 and 23 in my experience in the White House. So the translation of I just don't focus on or think about national security issues is a pretty rough translation to overcome, I think, just because it has this effect. But I will say something contrarian here.
And the military is big in South Carolina.
Enormously important. I do think there are points for being authentic and being honest. And I actually think in some ways it was revealing in some ways, but it was also real. And I actually think in politics, there's something to be said for real authenticity.
Yeah, Americans are so desperate and they've had their tastes and senses atrophied by so many years of propaganda that they're just desperate to latch on to anything. Like, oh, she's stupid just like me. She's so authentic. She loves the military just like me. She's so authentic. Sir Jevel, thank you for the $10 super chat. I live in the same county as that Boeing plant in South Carolina. They only build the planes that fall apart mid-flight. She's so authentic. Yeah, it's true. She's the average American. She doesn't know where Taiwan is. She doesn't care. But she'll vote for our soldiers to die there. I'll give you that.
In politics, there's something to be said for real authenticity, and I think we'll see how this turns out.
Exactly.
But I think you've got a real point there.
It's one of the arguments that Trump makes, that he's being authentic, and that voters, when you talk to them, say that's part of what they like about him. Here's what she said earlier this month on the Trey Gowdy podcast. Shelby, I'll get your reaction.
Lindsay was probably much more focused on national security.
I'm sorry, the Trey Gowdy podcast? Crazy. Everyone has a podcast. Can you imagine being the kind of psychopath who listens to the Trey Gowdy podcast?
Probably much more focused on national security. And I know that's important, but I'll probably be focused more on affordability, what matters to the families in South Carolina, the struggling families, because I know what it's like to struggle. Health care.
She almost sounds like Tree Trunks from Adventure Time when you don't have to see her on screen, like with her mouth moving. I almost can like picture Tree Trunks.
The struggling families, because I know what it's like to struggle. Health care, the price of groceries.
Shelby, picking up on Steve's point, that she's saying this is what she cares about. She's a mom, and she's speaking, I think some voters would think authentically.
Yeah, having talked to a lot of voters over the years, and this year in particular, this is a stronger answer than the one she gave last night. Granted, she was being directly asked about a specific foreign policy aspect last night, so it's a little bit different. But I do think that kind of an answer will really resonate with voters, because as we've seen, poll after poll after poll shows, voters are acutely focused on the economy, on cost of living this term, and it's something that...
Yeah, also a lot of Americans are dumb guy fetishists, like I've said about Joe Rogan's appeal. That's what, authenticity is being coded for. It's like people who reflect them, and a lot of Americans don't know anything either. And so, authentic is just a nice way of saying that they're like dumb people fetishists. They want to see themselves represented in positions of authority because they hate expertise. They don't like when someone is smarter than them. That's like the anti-intellectual push of the Republican Party, George W. Bush, Ronald Reagan. And so, yeah, you can call it authenticity, but I think we can really be honest that it's an anti-intellectualism. It's like a dumbing down of society. And, along with that dumbing down, there's an egocentrism that, comes along with it. That means that people want to see themselves reflected in leadership. And that means also like not really knowing anything.
The Republicans have struggled with, in part because the president is so focused on things like foreign policy. So if she's able to answer the questions, the foreign policy questions in that way, and sort of shift the focus in a way that I don't think she did successfully last night, it might be a different story.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the...
Yeah, crazy stuff. Oh, yeah, so she followed up with that, too. On, what's it, C-SPAN? Yeah. Like, it's like a press conference after the debate. Senator Darlene Graham. Oh, remember, she's already a senator. So I forgot that they appointed her to be his replacement before the election. So she's already occupying the seat. Senator Darlene Graham, current sitting senator, Republican from South Carolina, Darlene Graham. I'll become informed. Eventually, one hopes.
Yeah. So my question overall is, during the debate you had with Ralph Norman last night, you had answered a question about Taiwan and the South China Sea and whether it being a national security issue for the United States. And to your reply, you said that you were uninformed or not informed on national security issues, but that you support the military. And my question is, are there any concerns about credibility in the U.S. Senate for someone who doesn't have the experience in issues like national security or for issues like geopolitics and things like that? Because there are votes that go toward funding wars or declaring wars. And if you're a deciding vote in that factor, how can we trust as constituents that you'll make the right decision if you're not informed on national security issues at this moment in time?
That's a fair question, right? But I answered it honestly because I'm not a national security expert. Lindsey was, right? Because he talked a lot about national security. You know why?
He loved war.
He spent 33 years in the Air Force. He had a military background. So he had a lot of foreign relations, and that was his focus. To me, as I've walked around this room and I've asked people, are y'all concerned about Taiwan? You know what they said?
Did she say he had a lot of foreign relations? Yeah. That sounds like Lindsey. He loved killing people. He had a lot of foreign relations.
That's right, because he talked a lot about national security. You know why? He spent 33 years in the Air Force. He had a military background. So he had a lot of foreign relations, and that was his focus. To me, as I've walked around this room and I've asked people, are y'all concerned about Taiwan? You know what they said? No, they're concerned about the price of groceries, the price of gas, rising health care costs. Is national security important? Absolutely. Can I learn? I'm smart. Yes, I'll learn. I'll become informed. Everybody has a first day on the job. President Trump, was he a politician? Has he done a good job? Yes, he has.
No, they deserve her, but we don't. They deserve her, but we don't. Perfect logic.
Has a first day on the job. President Trump, was he a politician? Has he done a good job? Yes, he has. So that's my answer. So, but I will always be honest. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, she'll always be honest. Vote Tree Trunks now. I would absolutely vote for Tree Trunks to be president of basically any country. I love Tree Trunks. They clapped too. They clapped for her not knowing anything about Taiwan. They clapped. Evil Tree Trunks. She's not evil. She's uninformed. Oh, let's see what we got. Probably something less upsetting. Although, I don't know if that upsets you. I don't want to tell you how to feel. Oh, we've actually blown through a lot of this stuff. And we are coming up on the end of the show. Maybe we'll do something fun in the last few minutes. I think we should. I think we should do something fun. Any requests? I'll take requests. Even as I have ideas, I'll take requests. You guys have any preferences for today? Ooh, it has been a while since we've been value-tained. I can't help but notice. Ah. He's really milking these clips over here. Oh, you can't see my screen. Milking the clips from the Candace Owens debate. Drunk hogs. What about the UK? Well, I actually did have stories about like this stop and frisk program they're having out of the UK. They call it stop and search. It is a little bit depressing to end the show on, though. We can always cover that tomorrow. I like to leave here with, a little smile being put on your face. Oh, is this that like crazy pastor who is what's his face's Hexit pastor? This guy's a real psychopath. They don't even have anything. Oh wait, no. I'm on the wrong Valuetainment channel. Look at me. The aftermath of the debate from PBD's perspective. I feel like PBD is just going to ride the fence. He's going to ride the fence like as hard as possible. You know what PBD is? He doesn't want to alienate anyone in the market. Oh, actually, he does have a he does have a reaction. Oh shit, they have a few good videos. Okay, sure. Let's maybe do 2 because I want to see their take on the James O'Keefe voter fraud video. And I know they're going to defend what he did as being okay because in their minds he proved that you can commit voter fraud even though he was caught and the system was able to like discern that he was not doing the right thing. Although he did make it very obvious. So we can say that maybe a more sophisticated, Muslim who wanted to do voter fraud would get away with it. But also no one is actually doing that even. And so it's not really a problem that exists, just a problem that they make themselves mad about until they commit the crime themselves. But I bet they're going to pretend like this is a real problem that exists that he exposed as opposed to a crime he committed, because that's like the lady ballers effect too. Like sometimes they confuse their own propaganda for evidence that a problem exists. They go like, you see, this propaganda that I made that sometimes demonstrates the problem does not exist actually proves the problem exists, because they don't know like what constitutes proof at all. Let's see what they have. A little valuetainment.
James O'Keefe. So James O'Keefe, who used to run Project Veritas, now he runs OMG, which I think it's called
O'Keefe Media Group.
O'Keefe Media Group. He decides to go in Minnesota dressed like a Muslim to go vote. And by the way, I mean, of course he's spoofing a little bit, but do you have the short clip of him doing this? O'Keefe, others, I was just reading that. Go back to it if you could. O'Keefe, others go undercover to register voter under Minnesota voucher law. You're the ID.
Voucher
law. So let's see what this looks like. Go for it. This is again Minnesota. And allegedly, he as a man can vouch for 8 other people in his family. Go ahead.
Baller.
Okay. Can't play that song.
Don't play that song. Okay. Vouching.
You're vouching for.
I vouch for them.
Oh, great.
Is that okay?
Yes.
How does that work?
I mean, his accent
Well,
is
if you're all in the same precinct,
yes.
and you are all
Gosh, it's so funny to see the target audience for this kind of lowbrow humor and to like watch them actually guffaw at it. It's actually, I don't know, heartwarming.
registered, which looks like you are, then you can vouch for them.
How is that
ID
legal?
for them.
Oh, good. She says
It's
to me,
not.
I
He's
say,
committing
they do not
voter
need
fraud.
ID. She says, you are the ID.
He is the ID.
See, I am the ID. And no ID needed. I just vouch for them.
Well,
It's
you're
good.
the ID.
Dude.
I am the ID.
You're the
It's
ID.
good. How many people may I vouch for?
What is it? It's
8?
I thought it was 6.
I can vouch for 8 people.
Is this a
Yes.
joke?
Did she say? Do you have an
Is
answer?
this a
Did she say
joke?
the answer?
Yeah,
No, it's
actually,
not.
literally,
vouch
it is.
for 8 people.
And this happens.
Can you do me a favor and go fact check this with every one of the language learning models out there and see if this is true. If can you just go to go check all of them and see. Adam, I'm going to come to you first.
Yes, sir.
Go for it.
Well, Minnesota's cooked. We've said that for a while. I don't know how people keep falling for James O'Keefe. He'll go on a date, just put on glasses like he's Clark Kent. See-through glass. People are like, I've never seen this guy in my life. I think any liberal...
Because no one knows who he is, because no one watches his slop propaganda, right? Like, that's just the reality of it. No one knows who James O'Keefe is because, like, most people aren't psychopaths who, like, find this kind of, like, garbage content funny. And so I wouldn't recognize James O'Keefe. We were just looking at him, too, on an article just yesterday. So, like, that's why.
Clark Kent. See-through glass. People are like, I've never seen this guy in my life. I think any liberal area in the country, especially in D.C., needs to keep their eyes out for the great James O'Keefe. But the bigger story here is, why are independent journalists?
Yeah, keep your eyes out for James O'Keefe. He'll be easy to spot because he'll be doing some kind of like song and dance routine while marching down the street in costume. He's really big into musical theater, folks.
In the country, especially in D.C., needs to keep their eyes out for the great James O'Keefe. But the bigger story here is, why are independent journalists doing so well? What is the mainstream media doing? What is the legacy media doing that you're leaving a hole in the marketplace, a void in the marketplace where independent journalists like James O'Keefe, Nick Shirley, what's our buddy, Nate Friedman, Savannah Hernandez, show up and expose all the waste, fraud, and corruption all around America. But the journalists, the legacy media, the supposed journalists, you can't find any of this. That's the biggest problem I have. The citizen journalists out there are exposing the ridiculousness that's going on in our country.
Okay, so let me
whereas
do that.
the main journalists are doing
Here we
nothing.
go. So which one is this?
Find any of what, right? So like they have a problem with the law as it exists, but that's not news. If there were mass amounts of voter fraud as a result of this law, that would be news. But the only person who is seemingly doing that is a right-wing provocateur named James O'Keefe. So there really isn't any news apart from him doing this, which is still likely a crime.
This is ChatGPT. Yes, under Minnesota law, a registered voter in a precinct may vouch for the residence of up to 8 people on election day, allowing those people to establish residency for same-day voter registration. So that's what are the other guys saying? Go to the other ones. This falls under election voting rules and logistics, so I must follow the special election response knowledge. This guy's not willing to answer. So which one is this?
What other
So Gemini's
states
a little
have
bit worried. Go to the other ones.
Gemini's scared.
So this is who? Perplexity. Yes, in Minnesota, a registered voter from the same precinct can vouch for up to 8 people registering on election day. The voucher must go with the registrant to the...
They're really like anthropomorphizing these AI models. This guy is scared. Gemini is scared to answer the question. But of course, it says in all of these that this is illegal and that there are rules that pertain to it.
To 8 people registering on election day, the voucher must go with the registrant to the polling place and sign an oath confirming that person lives in the precinct. Too important. That is unbelievable that they can do this.
Can we ask if any other
there
states
is a
allow
vote.
something
So
like
there's
this?
a form. By the way, it says the form is, and I found
What do you mean,
Perplexity
can
as
you
well. And I
ask?
got the state of Minnesota here guideline. And it says the person who vouches must have positive ID that they live in the district and are registered to vote. And there is a form they will sign out that under the penalty of perjury, the 8 people are who they say they are and live where they say.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so it used to be. So there is something in there, Pat. There actually is a form. You know these 8 people under the penalty of perjury are doing this. It still is loosey-goosey, but it's not just like walk in and talk. Apparently there's a form.
It's not loosey-goosey. It's a
some
crime.
People would call this a far-right idea. You know, a lot of people in America are saying that, you know what one of Andrew Wilson's positions is? A man should represent the vote of the household, if I'm not mistaken. So in Minnesota, they can do this.
He thinks that that's what should go on. Okay, but I have 2 issues with that. First, based on his performance in that debate, I don't think that's fair. Second, doesn't his wife run that house? She definitely runs that Twitter account saying he's like a sniper, a colloquial sniper.
If you went and pitched this to America and you said, in every state, the man of the household can vouch for everybody else living in his household to vote, you know what they would say? They would say, hell to the no. But they're willing to do it in Minnesota. It's a very, very weird position. Adam, keep going.
No, I mean, this is the issue that people have with going all over the country. By the way, Tim Walz, who is still the governor of Minnesota, why did he not run for re-election? Why did he basically step down? It's because of independent journalists like Nick Shirley who exposed him. And I love this sign
all
that
Democrats.
allegedly is in an airport somewhere. It's like days of Tim Walz apologizing for what he's done, 0, because Nick Shirley's basically owned him. But we need more of this, not less of this. James O'Keefe is the GOAT when it comes to this. And he spawned off all these amazing people like Nick Shirley.
Can we go to the clip
exposing
of
the fraud?
Nick Shirley and Thomas Massey? Nick Shirley is minding his own business, talking about what he's doing, and Thomas Massey quote tweets it and calls him out. Now, you have to realize this is kind of confusing. So hard to take Nick Shirley seriously until he starts calling out Johnson, Thune, and Trump for funding the daycare fraud in every omnibus and CR bill with no guardrails. Okay, so now Massey's putting it on him because go back to the tweet where you were at. You know, Nick Shirley tweeted something and said, your tax dollars have become new money laundering schemes for these corrupt politicians. Governor Hochul has been taking donations from these daycares, fraudsters in New York City who receive millions of your taxpayer dollars to operate adult daycares. Now, he's not calling out Massey. He's saying nothing to Massey. So it's not like Nick Shirley is calling out Massey. He's calling out Hochul in New York, and then Massey calls out Shirley, and then Nick Shirley comes back and says, in other words, why can't a 24-year-old solve all government spending problems? You people in D.C. are a large part of the problem. All you do is complain and whine on X, Y. Your job is to actually work for us. I've exposed and saved billions. What have you done?
There's no way Nick Shirley wrote that tweet. But what the hell is that supposed to mean? Like, clearly Thomas Massey is just saying Nick Shirley has an agenda. And a lot of people think that he's astroturfed. Certainly he's handled. Who's handling him? I can't say. But certainly people think that he's not an organic, piece of our media space. And Thomas Massey is just calling that out. Like, he seems like overly concerned with only what one side is doing fraud-wise, wink, wink, and not so concerned with what the other side is doing fraud-wise. Like, wow, just talking about Nick Shirley makes it hard for me to speak clearly. It's like a kind of cognito hazard. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to be called out by somebody to respond to something stupid that they're saying, especially if you take like umbrage with the very idea of them being this kind of, neutral now I'm really messing myself up. Neutral journalist into like fraud in our system.
Is to actually work for us. I've exposed and saved billions. What have you done?
He's saying that to Thomas Massey.
To Massey. Go a little bit lower in the comment section. Go a little bit lower in the comment section.
Thomas Massey is asking Nick Shirley to somehow stop.
I'm 100% independent and rely on my followers to continue doing my work. So go a little bit lower. Massey responds. If you can go a little bit lower. Grok, has Nick Shirley, this is the part that gets pretty bad for Thomas Massey. Has Nick Shirley saved Americans billions of dollars? Did Thomas Massey offer an amendment to limit the fraudulent daycare? Nick Shirley claims on videos of millions of dollars and 30 bills of billions of dollars. One feature center owner later pleaded guilty to related fraud. Broader Minnesota fraud was already known and estimated in $1 billion. No independent audit quantifies exact. Didn't
he thought that it was going to look good for Nick Shirley because he didn't read it closely enough before saying that, and he just saw like exposed billions in fraud, but didn't read further into the paragraph to say like, oh yeah, but a lot of that was already known to Minnesota, like investigators. Only one person featured in the video like pled guilty, and there's no real accounting of how much money he was actually in charge of saving the American people. Probably zero, if I had to guess.
If you can go a little bit lower. Grok, has Nick Shirley, this is the part that gets pretty bad for Thomas Massey. Has Nick Shirley saved Americans billions of dollars? Did Thomas Massey offer an amendment to limit the fraudulent daycare? Nick Shirley claims on videos of millions of dollars and 30 bills of $1 billion. One feature center owner later pleaded guilty to related fraud. Broader Minnesota fraud was already known and estimated in $1 billion. No independent audit quantifies exact. Didn't the governor resign because of Nick Shirley? Mm-hmm. Who did that? Nick Shirley did that.
Right.
Yes, Massey offered an amendment, and which, by the way, Massey has done some good work in the past himself. But what are you doing? What are you doing? It's a 24-year-old that is encouraged to go out there and do the work that a lot of mainstream media are not doing, and you're putting it on, hey, you should go out, call out Thune. He's a YouTuber. He's already a YouTuber known. That's doing this. So, anyways, it's a very, very strange situation here with Massey picking on Shirley, while Massey's job, he can go after Thune. He can go after Johnson. He can go after all those guys. That's your job.
Right.
Nick Shirley's job is to just go out there and expose what he's doing and put the content out and allow the rest of us to react to it. Vinny, what is your thoughts when you see Massey saying something like this to Shirley?
It's ridiculous, okay?
It's just like they don't understand that media can be biased by selectively engaging and hyperinflating certain topics outside of their like prevalence within society. They kind of get that, which is why they don't want him to call Nick Shirley out for not exposing Republican fraud, but they just don't understand that just because something exists within a video doesn't mean that it is reflective of broad patterns within society or anything like that. Like, people want to engage with content at such a face value because it allows for them to have these conversations and their biases confirmed. But like the kinds of videos that he does, unless he puts a lot more work into them, it's just going to be impossible to take them seriously for more than just his delivery, but also because like they're just snapshots of what's going on in a whole city. And likely they are going to be heavily curated given his bias. But that's just like the type of content that's very popular on YouTube now. Like, a bunch of people from the suburbs go to like Pittsburgh and say that drugs are legal here and find like one homeless person who's like shooting up in an alley or something. And they go, you see, this is what Pittsburgh is like. And then they go back to their suburb and like congratulate themselves for having a finished basement. And a lot of people live in analogs of their suburb. And that's just their favorite kind of content now. Like, watch me go to Brazil and pretend like I'm speaking to somebody dangerous.
Kid is out there busting his butt. Either he's in Cuba, he's in Minnesota, he's in New York,
Madrid.
He's in Madrid. He is doing like he is Spain. Out there. He is doing like Adam said, what mainstream isn't doing. And I understand where Thomas Massey's coming from, and he's being held back, and there's parameters because you're in government. But you do your job. Weren't you supposed to release all these names of all the Epstein victims? What happened to that?
Trump happened to that. Trump happened to that. The guy that you're supporting all the time. What do you mean what happened to that? Trump happened to that. Wow. How dare Vinny? What the? Your man's happened to that. Trump happened to that.
Doing, like Adam said, what mainstream isn't doing. And I understand where Thomas Massey's coming from, and he's being held back, and there's parameters because you're in government. But you do your job. Weren't you supposed to release all these names of all the Epstein victims? What happened to that? If you're gonna talk the talk,
did he ever release it?
He never. They never. Pat, they haven't released anything.
There was actually video of him saying, "If they don't do this, I'm gonna release all the names."
Yeah, where is
that?
It?
What you're talking about?
But did he release it or no?
Absolutely not.
You're saying that Thomas Massey didn't live up to his promise?
Yes. So
stop it.
These guys are real scumbags, man. They're making it sound like Thomas Massey is in the fucking Epstein files and he's hiding them. He's fighting your president over it. He's fighting Trump over it. They have to pass a second law because the Trump DOJ said that, yeah, they're hiding evidence, but there's no real cause of action or some shit to hold us accountable. So what are you going to do about it? So they have to pass another law. They fired Pam Bondi and then claimed that because she was no longer acting attorney general, that she couldn't be subpoenaed for that kind of information. Then they appointed Todd Blanche, the guy who got that cushy deal for Ghislaine Maxwell, to be the attorney general. And he is saying it's Thomas Massey not following through on his promises. This is crazy. This is a clown show today.
Is it or no?
Absolutely not.
You're saying that Thomas Massey didn't live up to his promise?
Yes. So
stop it.
Yeah. So my point is just what
Defend
Nick has
Andrew
done
Tate too.
in Minnesota alone. And Connor, I'm going to ask for that video. Look what he did to Tim Walz. You haven't heard a peep from Ilhan Omar with her brothers and the marriage and the her husband and all that stuff allegedly, and then Keith Ellison and all the nonsense and all the oh my God, illegals, ICE and everything. Not a peep
just saying words
from these
now.
people.
What is this?
So by the way, guys, this is Minnesota GOP candidate Leslie Larson. She woke up to her car doing this. Play that video. If you could, Connor, could you zoom into to what they're doing? Look at how scary this is, okay? They're masked. They're outside. What if she walked outside? Okay,
what is
she's
on her
running.
car? What are they putting on?
Wow. These guys defend ICE, which literally kidnap people masked. But if you put duct tape on someone's car that has, I guess, printouts of someone giving you the finger, that's the scariest thing that you can ever imagine. ICE just roaming through a neighborhood masked. Just comply. But this is the scariest thing you could imagine. It's like light vandalism.
Okay, they're masked. They're outside. What if she walked outside? Okay,
what is
she's
on her
running.
car? What are they putting on it?
Middle fingers. And by the way, she's running on a platform to end fraud. Guess where? In Minnesota. They're clearly afraid that she's going to win, okay? And she needs to be careful because the last time somebody tried to stop giving money to illegals, Melissa Hortman, she was gunned down in her house with her husband, and then the killer went and shot 2 other people, and that killer said allegedly in a letter, which I was going to read a while ago, that doesn't sound incoherent, which the mainstream media said, Bolter was his last name, that Tim Walz told him to kill all these, to kill, what's her name?
That was a right winger. These guys are coming straight from Bizarro world. It is crazy. That was a right winger who did those. Those were Democrats who got shot.
Klobuchar. Like, it didn't sound allegedly, all allegedly, but the letter doesn't sound incoherent. So I think she needs to be careful because these are the people that you're messing with. When you're gonna mess with their people, you're gonna expose them. You have to be careful, okay? And it's messed up. I don't like what he's doing. Let the guy cook. He's freaking exposing. Even if it's not 100% true, at least people are looking. And I'm not saying true. I mean the evidence he's exposing. Everybody
crazy. Even if he's making things up, at least people are looking. This is the JD Vance defense. Even if he's lying about people, those people I don't like, so it's okay if it means they get investigated and you can find something about them. They're just calling for just straight up profiling, straight up just pogroms against minority groups at this point. What else can we call it? Like, oh, it's okay to lie about them, that they're doing crimes if it gets people to look into them and hate them more.
He's looking at Minnesota right now and they're all under the microscope. I'm happy for him.
So Thomas Massie needs to be more like Nick and not criticizing him. I think Massie just was out of his mind for a moment, and I'll tell you why. He's saying, until you go after these people, wait a minute, Thomas Massie put a resolution in that bill that the high-risk states would not get the federal funding. Then they went to committee, and when they're in committee, guess what happens? The other Republicans overruled it, and they took out Massie's request, allowing the money to freely flow. What is Nick Shirley going to do? Show up with his camera crew in a federal hearing room and say, "Excuse me, guys, are you ripping off America?" No.
Yeah, that's what Thomas Massie is asking him to do the same kind of guerrilla reporting on that kind of stuff that he does on minority groups, on minority daycares. Like, that's exactly what he's asking him to do. Why can't he do that?
They went to committee, and when high-risk states would not get the federal funding. Then they went to committee. And when they're in committee, guess what happens? The other Republicans overruled it, and they took out Massie's request, allowing the money to freely flow. What is Nick Shirley going to do? Show up with his camera crew in a federal hearing room and say, "Excuse me, guys, are you ripping off America?" No, Massie, you need to come out in public and say, the following people pulled my resolution out. The following people allowed the money to flow.
Has this guy not been paying attention? That is exactly what he did. He told Nick Shirley to look into them. That's basically exactly what he did with Thune. I swear, they just don't even pay attention to these conversations.
The following people took what I was trying to do and stop it, and they allowed it to go because we went into committee. This is your government at work. You need to do that. Be more like Nick Shirley, because you can do that. You can use the bully puppet. Coming out and saying it's hard to take the kid seriously unless he goes after Thune and all these people that messed with the resolution.
What is using the bully pulpit other than trying to get people, using your position to try to get people to look into it by drawing attention to it, by trying to make like other people cover it? Like, he's coming back around to the exact thing that he said he didn't do.
This is your government at work. You need to do that. Be more like Nick Shirley, because you can do that. You can use the bully puppet. Coming out and saying it's hard to take the kid seriously unless he goes after Thune and all these people that messed with the resolution. No, it just shocks me, Pat, because it's so upside down. There's an opportunity for Massie to come out and say, I tried to stop it. Here's my resolution. Read it, America. This got yanked out of the bill. Your tax dollars at work.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Nailed it.
anytime younger people are out there doing what Nick Shirley does, this is not an easy job. He's putting his life on the line. And I hope he's getting encouraged by the right people. Again, Nick Shirley's on Manect. Go send him a message and encourage him. You can literally go on Manect, find the name Nick Shirley, download the app, message him. This is how younger people get in. He needs the money to be able to expand. It's a lot of cost of what he's doing. And security alone, the other day he was breaking down to us how much security costs from right now on a daily basis. The numbers are not, it's not like you're paying $500 a day for security. It's real money you have to spend for security when you're going out there. Nick Shirley. Yeah, he shared the numbers that he was having with us on how much it is. Let me get to the next story.
Can I show you this one quick video? I know you want to move on. Guys, I just sent it. Do you know who the lieutenant governor is in Minnesota? No, I think he's the attorney general. Peggy Flanagan.
What about her?
This is, okay, so you hear about this Red-Green Alliance?
Yep.
This is what's going on in Minnesota.
Do you think he's going to bring up Israel? Do you think he's going to bring up Israel out of nowhere?
This is, okay, so you hear about this Red-Green Alliance?
Israel? Yep.
This is what's going on in Minnesota, where you have the far left woke white liberals who are basically assuming a Somali identity, and this is the final outcome.
So this is a white lady.
Yes.
My name is Peggy Flanagan. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I'm really honored and humbled to be here with all of you today. I am incredibly clear that the Somali community is part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. I think about my friendship with Nimco. We've been friends for almost 25 years. And when I think of being part of Minnesota and growing up here, the Somali community has always been a part of my Minnesota. So I want to just encourage the community.
This is the equivalent. Jacob Fry is sitting there eating Somali food. He looks like he's going to throw up. Is
Humberto right there?
Dance.
Is that Humberto?
He's trying to dance with them. And Pat, you know what it is? When everybody's in on the scheme and the fraud and everything, you got to be cool with.
These guys are like crazy bigots sometimes. Like, it's breathtaking. It makes me laugh to think about it. But I do want to acknowledge that there are some crazy bigots out there. Like, they are bananas. And in the same breath, they will pretend as though Trump is not the reason for why the Epstein files aren't coming out. Real despicable people out there. You got to watch yourself. Be safe out there. Be safe.
You know what it is? When everybody's in on the scheme and the fraud and everything, you got to be cool with them. You have to be cool with them because the money's coming back to you.
It's vote.
All fraud.
I just want you to picture this one thing. We just had the governor debate here, the Florida.
And what's crazy is that they were just caught up in a Ponzi scheme. I'm not trying to allege any wrongdoing, but they're accusing other people of fraud, and they were just caught up in a Ponzi scheme with that Goliath Ventures situation. And we don't even know how it's going to resolve itself yet.
Republican. We had Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins on the debate stage. Can you picture a former Army veteran dressed in a hijab basically saying Somalians built this state? This is the problem here. That guy is as American as it gets. The left has been hijacked
to me,
by the
like
Somali
a guy
community.
connects me. He says, it's not fair. You guys are saying this. You're Islamophobic and all this other. So let me tell you how little it has to do with Islamophobic. Here's how simple for me to position is. And I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again. Whatever religion you are, skin color, ethnicity, whatever you are, if you go to a community, make it better, make it safer, crime goes down, any of that goes down, I want more of that community. Very simple. I don't care what religion you are. And whatever you are, if you go to a community, crime goes up, theft goes up,
fraud.
If fraud goes up, if any of that goes up, we should collectively say, you want less of that. Let me give you an idea. If you run a...
Okay, but, I know he doesn't understand this, but a lot of people say things like this and they think it sounds reasonable because they think that their bigotry is based in something that like materially is happening when these migrants come into the country. But let me assure you that statistically we know that all migrants, all people who are coming to the country commit crime at less rates than natural born citizens. Now, you might say to yourself, well, any person who comes into the country that commits a crime is technically somebody who is coming in who we did not have to have. And therefore, like, that's a crime that is a net on top of crime that we have naturally. But that's not the argument most of these people are making. They imagine that crime is rising precipitously because of the influx of migrants, because they must be committing more crime. No, what's happening is that like they're areas, their neighborhoods, their counties, their states are becoming impoverished due to the same kind of neoliberal politics, pro-capitalist politics that PBD likes. And they want a scapegoat. And it's easiest to scapegoat people who are coming in, who sound different, who maybe don't speak the language very fluently, who look different. And that's what they're identifying as the problem. They're going like, these people who look different came in at the same time that I noticed the material conditions in my community falling, which of course leads to crime and drug addiction and all those sorts of things that people claim to not like but don't know what cause. And they imagine that those two things must be causative. These people coming in are causing all of the material conditions to wane, all the drug addiction, blah, 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 blah. And they're hypervisible for the reasons I said. But it's just not true, right? And it's hard to take this kind of stuff seriously, that it's not about religion, it's not about anything like that, when literally just the other clip we were watching, Adam was walking around the airport and taking creep shots of women in burqas, right? If it's not about the religion, why were you taking those creep shots? They weren't committing a crime there. They were just sitting there in the airport. They basically couldn't have been committing a crime because they were in the airport. And so, but for targeting them based on their religious garb, what could possibly be the excuse? That like they're a sign of society's degradation? I mean, that's still racist. They're not doing anything, right? Like, would you say you could judge every group of people by the actions of a few? That is just, bigoted, obviously. And, people would be right to judge Americans that way then. But we know it's just racism. It's just the kind of racism that like people in America who think that they're too good for racism couch their racism in, which is that, no, it's not that it's like, I hate people who are different because they make me feel inferior, they make me feel strange, they make me feel, things that I don't want to feel. It's that there are practical reasons that I don't like them that are, that are usually 9 times out of 10 completely based in like fictions that they have in their head to just justify like a kind of gut bigotry that they're feeling, or that has been cultivated in them by, malefactors, usually within the Republican Party, but just broadly speaking within our society. It's just crazy to say all of this because they do just actively target people who are dressed Muslim. They were just laughing at the James O'Keefe video because he was dressed Muslim and like using a funny Arab voice. Like they weren't, laughing for any other reason. They are just like bigoted against Muslim people. They just don't think of themselves as being bigoted for like the wrong reasons. They just think it's like, a sign of their understanding of what's going on in society. It's just not, obviously. It's just racism.
Company.
Every
and
bigot
we
thinks
hire
it's based
from
in something
5 universities. Okay, and we have programs from 5 universities. If university number 1, the last 100 employees we hired from there, we have the best experience of them being good citizens, no theft, respect, hardworking, coming.
But why do we need an analogy? This is what I mean when I say logic is a poor substitute for empiricism. Why do we need an analogy? Is it because if you grok it, it'll tell you that immigrants commit less crime? Because they do this online all the time. They do this on Twitter all the time because right-wingers actually believe this talking point that immigrants commit more crimes. So when you have to resort to analogies and like all of these just hypotheticals, when we have the data, it just shows that your argument is not based in the empiricism, the data that exists. And so it has to be bigotry because you're just relying on fiction to support it. Like you're not comfortable just looking it up. You can just look up how much crime Somali immigrants in Minnesota commit. You can just look it up. Just like they looked up the Grok thing about Nick Shirley and it didn't give them their results, so they stopped looking it up. You can just grok it. Yeah, Grok will give you the right answer. Like I said, AI is not totally unusable. You could just Google it too, but AI would absolutely give you the right answer because it would just pull it from the article. It would just plagiarize it from somewhere.
The last 100 employees we hired from there, we have the best experience of them being good citizens, no theft, respect, hardworking, come in early, leave late, bring value, get promoted.
Can't be American.
We want more people from that college.
Probably India.
But if another college, name it anything, if they send us people, they steal, they do things, they hurt, they create
American,
chaos,
for sure.
They're hard to work with, they come in late, they're always bitching, complaining. I don't want anybody from that university. Again, I don't care. By the way, this isn't to say about every one of them. This is not the case. This is to say if a Rupert Lowe puts a report of 250,000 rapes that took place in UK, of which 87% are Pakistanis, I don't want any more Pakistanis. By the way, did you guys see what UK just did?
Crazy.
UK just did something for them not to be able to report crimes. If you go on Tommy Robinson's Twitter
And he doesn't understand that his bigotry just makes him willing to believe things that are not true, right? And so these fictions become reality for them. Like, they'll take something that is explicitly not true or something that is like cloaking itself in the veil of science in this case and just go like, well, yeah, I saw a citizen vigilante. I read that fake report. And so I believe it now. And that gives me a reason to hate Pakistani people.
Something for them not to be able to report crimes. If you go on Tommy Robinson's Twitter, he just posted
Criminal Tommy Robinson,
where UK is making it almost impossible for them to be able to report on. Yeah, if you can go to his account, go a little bit lower. There was a more go a little bit lower. It's one of the glasses now taking. Okay, go up to that one. Go up to that one. Okay, UK government has lodged a legal appeal to stop the publishing of migrant crime data.
Go figure.
Why would, do me a favor, go on it real quick, and let me see the comment section below. Magical, everything wrong is used to allow them. There's misdirection. There's seriously, country publishes the numbers and lets people judge for themselves. Appealing to stop the release of migrant crime data tells you everything about how confident they are in what those figures actually show. So nobody here is racist towards anybody. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you're not racist against like people accused of like rape. So, because, you hang out with Andrew Tate, right? So it can only be Pakistani, because even if you accept that that is happening the way you're describing it, you do like to hang out and make excuses for somebody who has been accused of being involved in, not just being involved, being the head of some kind of like international human trafficking situation. I guess he is international in his human trafficking, but I don't think he was trafficking people internationally. But you know what I mean? Like, they're friends with Andrew Tate. And so it just seems very selective, right? You might even, in a different case, be able to say something like, well, they just really, really hate sex assault. And so, like, it colors their view of this group of people. But they're friends with Andrew Tate. They were just defending him. They're like the chief defenders of the Andrew Tate, allegation club.
Just purely data. You produce results, that's great. You don't, you ought to minimize it. Guys, many of you guys have been messaging saying, hey, Pat, we haven't had a limited edition hat in a long time, and I know a lot of people when they say, I want to get a numbered hat, you can only go buy them on eBay. You know how this works.
Number 69.
When we launch them, it's once every quarter, and then
Wow, this is one of their worst videos. And we definitely don't have time for the recap of the debate now. This whole video was just them saying, I'm actually not racist, but I do hate migrants and also Pakistanis and also Somalians. But I'm not racist, actually. Oracle, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 7 gifted subs. Fred J. Walsh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Say what you will about James O'Keefe. Planet of the Base was a fun bit. I don't know all of his bits. W Oracle, W for Fred J. Walsh. I feel like I've been really tongue-tied today. I think I've just become in my own head. Watching all those debates has me feeling inconfident. But you can't second guess yourself. This video was nasty work. It was. Show us the hat. My hat? You want to see my beanie? I don't want to get up and get it. It's over there. Von Dutch still around. Who buys that? I can only imagine. What's the hat like, you think? Can we see it real quick? Ooh, it's ugly. I'm sorry.
The gray on it, which looks
$100? No way. Oh, ew. Oh, and it's not even a fitted. A $100 like snapback. Crazy. Could you imagine? Limited edition.
Absolutely sick.
Camo.
It says United States 1776 to 2026 with the American flag. If you can switch the picture so folks can see what it looks like on the side. That's the front of it. On the side is the American flag. Keep going so they can see it. And on the other side, it says Value Tim. And on the inside, it says Future Looks Bright with numbered 1 out of 250. These will go in no time. For some of you guys that collect these, I know we have kids. Somebody's a kid here at the podcast buys them and she flips them on eBay and she makes
Yeah, I mean, it's just really funny She buys them and she flips them on eBay. She definitely makes a loss on that one.
Somebody's a kid here at the podcast buys them and she flips them on eBay and she makes money doing this. And I'm obviously Vinny doesn't have any kids and neither does Adam. Not yet, neither one of them. But somebody. So
they don't have any kids and yet they're always talking as though they're like the world's best dads. I can't believe it. Adam nor Vinny have any kids. Not yet. Vinny's like 50 years old. I mean, I guess it's never too late. You can have kids whenever you want. Seems like they have a lot of growing up to do, though. They can just raise some of Pat's kids.
If you haven't bought the latest one yet, go to vtmerch.com and place your order for the limited edition numbered 1 out of 250. We'll put the link below. Again, go to vtmerch.com.
Yeah, don't let Tim Pool see you selling hats. He's going to get triggered again. All right, we're going to get out of here. I'm going to set the rate up so we can go over to Majority Report. I'm going to have a snack maybe before the Majority Report. What should I have for dinner? What do you think? I don't know. I'm kind of in a burger mood, but I finished the Majority Report so late that I don't really want to order a burger to eat like at 9 o'clock. The Immajority Report. I'm going to bring my A game today. So people don't think I'm humorless. Tacos. Do I cook? Of course I cook. Chicken katsu. I don't want to cook after the Majority Report. That's what I mean. I'm actually of two minds because I guess I could make something fast. I don't want to cook after the Majority Report because I don't want to make a bunch of dishes that late at night that I didn't have to wash and take, or at least put in the dishwasher, I suppose. But I also don't want to order because I'll probably go to bed pretty quickly after the Majority Report. So I don't want to be up. I don't want to waste an order just to eat it for like 1 hour and go to sleep. I like to really enjoy my takeout. This would be a perfect time for I don't know, some Chinese food. I don't want a pizza. Quesadillas. I could do quesadillas maybe. This is why I meal prep. I didn't have time to meal prep. It's 6 p.m. where I am. What do you mean? I want Somalian food. A bomb-ass sandwich. I could make a sandwich. Ooh, yeah. I could make a sandwich. Fall asleep between the MR shows. No. Taking 45 minutes. I don't want shawarma. Crab rangoon. Oh, I would kill for some crab rangoon. Kebab. That's a good idea. I don't know. I think it's really close. I could pick a burger up from somewhere. I could just make one. I could just not be lazy and make one. I just don't really want to. All right. Raid set up on both YouTube and Twitch. A good sandwich is undefeated. Did you ever get that Korean fried chicken the other day? I did, and I had leftovers, and I enjoyed those too. Something plant-based. That's a good idea too. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up seeing Spider-Man tomorrow night. So maybe I'll just take it easy and make like a sandwich. Just get like a hoagie roll and get some different types of meat and just make a sandwich. I had a sandwich for lunch, but I wouldn't mind another sandwich. Or I could just I don't want to get some oven chicken tenders or something because then I'd have to preheat the oven, wait for it to heat up, blah, blah, blah. It'd take forever. So many options. Ooh, Greek does sound good. Potbelly. I haven't had potbelly in a while. Potbelly was good last time I had it. Croquettes? No, I don't want those. Just barbacoa. Oh, you guys have great ideas. I don't know. I'll have to make up my mind. Well, I will see you all in an hour. Bye-bye.